Hello and welcome back to the World Orienteering Championships 2021, coming to you from the Czech Republic, and we are ready for our final race of these World Championships. We're heading back into the sandstone terrain, similar area to yesterday's relay, for a fantastic couple of long distance races. It looks like a lot to do with route choice, as you might expect, and a lot of the teams have already, a lot of the runners already out in the terrain choosing the routes. A lot of climb today, a lot of distance, and a lot of these beautiful sandstones as well. We've got four times defending world champions on the start line today, in Tove Alexandersen and Olaf Lindenez. One of them, though, looks much more likely to defend their title than the other, and that is, of course, Tove Alexandersen, who's got 4 golds out of 4 already in these World Championships. She's aiming for number 5, both in these championships, and number 5 of the long distance as well. It's a little bit cooler today. I think there is a potential, though, of some heavy showers and thunderstorms as the afternoon progresses, that we saw really have an impact on the relay when it got quite dark. People were having trouble reading some of the maps as well, but at the moment it doesn't look too bad, as we can see all these runners here in the quarantine, in the pre-race quarantine, warming up, getting ready. That's Maria Laursen there in the picture, and just kind of getting set to be out here for the long course we've got today. 9.5 kilometres for the women's course today, 690 metres of climb. We're in the same arena that we had yesterday for the relay, and all the spectators are looking to see the best come through. And we have got the start list today is in world ranking, reverse world ranking order, so those at the top of the world rankings going towards the end. We'll see them come through here in the arena passage, and then we will see them finish here as well. Very familiar scenes from yesterday too, and we will take a look at the courses in just a moment, but it's a very long day for the athletes today. We've got a long start list. We've got 59 women competing, 68 men, but let's have a little look at some of the terrain. Of course, similar to the relay we had, and Jonas, this is, I think, what a lot of the runners have really been kind of waiting to compete in, this really specialised terrain here in the Czech Republic.
Many runners were looking forward to this day a lot. It's very special terrain. We got a glimpse of it yesterday already. We are in the same area as you named before, but of course the area for the long distance is much bigger, and we will see route choices, many of them. More or less the whole course is one big route choice here, and it will be very interesting. And one thing we can say already now, the one winning today, we won't see any random world champions today. It's a very tough race and a lot of orienteering to do today.
Yeah, it's really technical, really tricky, with obviously the characteristics of the long distance, as you would expect. Big, long legs, long route choice legs, a mixture of kind of different lengths of legs, of controls. We've got 21 controls, as I said, 9.5 kilometres, and our estimated winning time for this women's course is 80 minutes. Although, of course, we've seen a lot of the forest races, the middle and the relays go kind of longer than the expected winning times, so I wonder if we will actually be able to get down to that. But we can have our first look at the course map. We've got this remote start as well, and Jonas, do you want to talk us through it?
We have quite a short first control. You will get some time to prepare leg number 2, which is the longest leg of the course. We will go through with an analysis a bit later, so we'll see the different options here, but this is a very long leg, and of course it's important to pick right there. I mean, it's a big part of the running time already to control 2, but then we will continue control 3, another route choice, followed by a few shorter controls, 4, 5 and 6, then one route choice again to 7, and I think it's many of the route choices today will be about going around, of course, saving energy. It will be a tactical question if you choose to avoid the climbing, how much you want to choose to run on paths. It's if you would look at the route choices isolated, I think you would definitely find quite easily a fastest route, but it's not all about this. We will have, I mean, they have to play together. The whole course has to play together, and sometimes the fastest route choice is quite a tough one to execute. And if you add them together 2 or 3 times and always pick the toughest route choice, then you might lose time in between as well.
Yeah, you've got to really, as you said, play the whole course, and even if you're taking the quickest route choices maybe early on, then you're just not going to have the energy to be able to kind of keep up the standard all the way on the course. So let's have a little look more in kind of more detail here at, as you can see, this kind of 3D mock-up. So a reasonably easy control number 1, and then as you said, this is the longest leg of the whole course. It's just over 2k in a straight line. But what are our options here?
Yeah, we have, in my opinion, we have more or less 2 options. Generally, it's about going more to the west. I think isolated, if you just would look at this leg, in my opinion, the blue one is a really good option. You can go around, you have a lot of path running, not too much climbing, but maybe seen on the whole course, the orange route's quite okay. It's easy, it's almost all the way on a big path. It's the beginning of the course. It's hard to say already now. I think the blue one is the fastest. It's a bit tricky to say that already now, but I don't think that we see so many runners picking it, especially in the beginning here.
No, certainly at the beginning we've seen a lot take that orange route, or kind of start off on the red route and then go to the orange route. There's lots of different, as we said, micro route choices in here. Then they've got another one here, and this is quite distinctive in terms of do you go down and back up and back down, or kind of somewhere in the middle?
I mean, it's again a bit the same topic. Do you go down? There you have a lot of path running, not too much climbing, or do you go on the orange route? It's about the same distance, a bit less climbing there, maybe a bit harder to execute. So the red one, in my opinion, is quite good, even if it looks extreme to go all the way around. But you have to think about the fact this is a long race. You can skip some technical parts or some map reading parts and just push on. Sometimes it's very comfortable to just be able to just focus on the running style or on the running in a part of the course. Here's another longer route, and also here it's about how to exit the control. What is your tactics? Do you want to go around to save some energy maybe, or do you put down the effort and really take the climbing and have maybe the shorter route to the control? Here I think the pink route is quite good, because it seems extreme in the beginning when you're in the slope, but as we see, I think we'll see it here in the picture, exiting the control here. It's quite okay to run parallel to the slope. There are some animal tracks, so that's often not a big problem. It's steep, yes, but it's not slippery, at least not in the beginning, as long as it's not raining.
And you've also got to think about your entry into the control as well. That's approaching it from above. This one, the green route, approaches it from below, so maybe that might also figure into the choice.
But in general, I don't think this race will be about like finding the control, doing mistakes in the circle. It wasn't a big problem yesterday either. Maybe a parallel mistake can be made, but the controls themselves are not too difficult. It's about finding the right route and executing them well.
And this one, again, you've got the choice to kind of go up, go down, or you've got these choices in the middle, which is kind of almost to get on a little kind of terrace that you've got here in between the lines of crags, and kind of do a little wiggle away around to the control.
I mean, the big advantage of going around is you can just kind of take a break from the map reading, you can run down until you hit the path, follow the path until your attack point, and then just run up again. You can relax, at least in your head, for a few seconds, and in a race that's lasting for 80-90 minutes, that can be very important.
Yeah, this is what it's like though, going one of these middle routes, kind of running around and heading on the flatter section on this kind of terrace between the lines of crags. That's what it looks like to get into the control itself as well. So this one's just in a little passage, a little re-entrant at the bottom. So that highlights kind of 4 of the legs on the women's course, but I mean, almost every leg is a route choice opportunity, and as you said, the whole course is a route choice. You've got that longer one coming back towards the arena here. Now they're in the area that they had the relay in, so some of the athletes will be kind of used to the particular to what to expect in this particular part of the map. And then of course we have a short little loop at the end, just those 3 controls. We've got a few running cams out there in the forest to help us out with that, and to see the runners on the very last stage of the course when they're tired. You know, it's 80 minutes of running, and we might see a little bit of kind of maybe mistakes at the end, although it's not too tricky at the end. You never know though. So as I said, the start list is determined by the world rankings, of the forest world rankings. So maybe we've got some of those kind of ranked highly in the sprints, but not so much in the forest races starting fairly early on. The likes of, say, Teresa Yanashikova, who's making her first forest individual start at a World Championships. So she'll have quite a high sprint world ranking, but not quite as much in terms of the forest. And of course, we're really looking, I think we've got Andrea Benny-Minson starting 43, will be one of the favourites to take a medal. We've got, I think the last 9 or 10 are where we're really going to start to see some of the main challenges. And of course, starting last today, we've got Tove Alexandersson of Sweden, who is looking to take her 5th long distance world title in a row. Any other names, Jonas, you want to pick out there from this list?
I mean, you named the biggest favorite, Tove Alexandersson. Based on previous races, I think she can make up to 6 minutes mistake today and still be okay to win the race. Of course, we have also seen mistakes by other runners, but she has really a margin even if she does mistakes. Other runners, Simona Abersold, I mean, she has 7 races at World Championships. Worst of it is a 4th place from the sprint. Andrine Benjaminsen, she showed great shape this week with a silver medal in the middle distance and the bronze in the relay. Natalia Kemperle, maybe a name. Sara Hagström was running really good yesterday. Also, it will be interesting to see if Jana Knapova maybe can recover from her races so far. And I would also take Elena Roos as one of the favorites for today.
So we're just looking at Victoria Heistad Björnstad running in, and she is our current leader at the finish, 96 minutes and 12 seconds. The young Norwegian there, and so that is our leader. We've not got many through to the finish so far. We've only got 6 in currently, so very kind of early stages with some big gaps, and some of those early starters still not through yet to the finish. So that's where it stands at the moment. Only 6 of our 59 athletes through to the finish, but we have seen quite a few others towards the setting some faster times through some of our split points. We've got a few split points, we've got cameras in the finish. Here's Annika Simonsen into the finish for Denmark. She looks like she's going to set a new 2nd fastest time. We're looking back to our first split. She's now kind of 17th, 21st in the rankings when we look at our early split times. But there she is into there, her World Champs debut. She didn't manage to qualify for the middle distance, but they're into a second place. And here's Britain's Grace Malloy. She's just on this last loop into the finish and has set some good quick times around our split controls in her first World Champs. Grace, she's the bronze medalist from both the sprint and the long junior world championships and relay gold medalist as well. Missed out, unfortunately, on the middle qualification, but she had a good first leg yesterday on the relay. And she looks like she's made a good start. We're just waiting for Grace now to come through the terrain into the finish. And maybe this is a good chance to kind of, I want to highlight the different ways, different preparations that teams have had to get to these World Championships, and the different kind of lockdown restrictions that have affected training. And I know the British team have been affected quite a lot by both travel restrictions, a lot of the Scots only being able to run from home for quite a lot of the time, and of course there was only a team of 3 who managed to make the European Championships in Switzerland, with very few of the athletes being able to get over to the Czech Republic to train at any point in the last 18 months. Grace wasn't one of those who was able to get out there, but that doesn't really matter, and she's had a really great time here in her first senior long distance. Looks like she's going to set the new fastest time here at the finish. So Grace Malloy for Great Britain, just on the final stages of her first senior long distance, and she will need to get the right channel here, but she will be rewarded with the new fastest time at the finish. So great result there for Grace with 1 hour 34.
Not only in the finish, I mean, if we look at the split times, she's still on 5th position at control number 2 after this really long leg. She's at 4th position at control number 6. So she had quite a good race all the way here, at least from so far it looks quite okay.
And from one Brit to another, Megan Carter-Davies has just set the fastest time at control number 2 after that long leg. 21 minutes and 50 seconds in. She's our leader at this point. Here's Teresa Yanashikova though, and she looks like she's on her way towards control numbers 7 and 8. There she is, control number 8. Now she sets the new fastest time and is using that as a chance to take on some liquids. We've seen a lot of the athletes using that points, and this is, as we mentioned, Teresa Yanashikova, this is her first individual forest start at a World Championships. She's done a lot of more sprinting, but maybe one of those early runners we'd expect to set a fast time. Let's have a look at the replay then. We're looking at, I think, this long leg.
Yeah, now we have them in the picture here. They were it was quite similar to the first control, then they're splitting up. We see Hanna Wisniewska going to the south, the one I think is quite a good option. Of course, you have a lot of climbing here in the very end of the leg, but it's a bit closer. And Yanashikova, she lost about 1.5 minutes there, maybe. Then all of them went to the west, avoiding this part where you have at least to do some orienteering out of control 2 towards the path, then to control 3.
Yeah, so I think the first look at the different routes, comparisons on that long leg, it does seem like, Jonas, what you were saying, that going south on that route to control number 2 seems to be a bit quicker. And we're really kind of quite much closer to the end at this point. Control 16 in the relay setting for Florence Anoer to go third fastest. So Grace Malloy, then Victoria Hostad Bjornstad, the two ahead of her at control number 16. Another look then at this route choice.
See that also Florence Anauer went to the south here. All the way around, and here is a long part where you have to do a lot of climbing till you come up on the top here. She has to run down again, and then another wall to climb up to. I mean, that's really the thing you have to do all the time here. You kind of choose the paths until the point where you have to climb up and then down again into the next valley, and then you might get a chance again to run a bit on the path, and then you have to change the valley again. That's kind of the same thing at many of the controls, and that's really something that the runners prepared. I mean, that's, you had old maps from here, you knew how it would be. It's just you can't avoid this kind of orienteering. And I think that's everyone is prepared for many meters to climb today and for a really tough race.
This is Isia Basset from France, 7th place in the middle distance. I think that tough terrain really suited her like it did in Latvia when she took bronze in the middle distance as well. But she seemed to have a good relay run in the sandstones yesterday, so looking very good in the forest. Good name to watch out for. And how much will they try and look when they're looking to make the route choice decision? How much will they be trying to look ahead and see how much climbing there is? Is that the main factor that they're trying to play with when they're deciding a route choice?
Yeah, I think there are two factors. It's the one, how much time you can spend on a path, and it's how much climbing is to do. And I think it depends a bit. If a runner has a real concept from the beginning, then we can see that they always choose to go around and take a bit the easier route. For example, 1 to 2 going to the north. There you don't have to change the valley that often. It's quite easy to execute. You are on a path almost all the time, so you can skip these sections where you have to do the navigation between the valleys and really go into this more detailed orienteering for some minutes. Or you go a bit more as an hour here. You go a bit more, it's a bit more risky, maybe not in the beginning when they're not tired, but if you take this kind of route choices all the time, you have to work a lot more with your head, with your orienteering technique, which can make you tired. And I think that we, especially towards the end, will see more and more runners just picking the easier route choice and do that consequently at every control almost.
Yeah, so those are the gaps of that route choice, and it does seem that if you're going to take the route choice round to the north, that then you pass between controls 3 and 4. We saw Silla Gardoni go kind of try and cut that corner, and I think lost a little bit of time on that decision, I think. Miritana Odom here for Denmark. Her best long distance comes from Latvia in 2018, where she was 12th, has a 29th place in the middle distance from this week. and it's quite a brutal uphill start. They make them go out from the start, the actual start where they get their map, to follow this taped route between the tapes all the way up to and through the crags, up basically to the top of the hill to start them off there. Means we get a good long look at them trying to make their decisions to, first of all, to control number 1. There is a little bit of, you can go up a bit straighter, up and over the hill or round to control number 1 as well. And then really their route choice and decision making to control number 2. There's still lots of athletes warming up with our 3-minute start interval. It's a long day for those who've been in quarantine since before lunchtime. And Tove Alexanderson is our last starter. She leads the world rankings. She is the out and out favourite in this long distance, and it's great to see her going last as well. I think it always leads to kind of a good end of a race when we've got her as our last starter, the favourite as our last starter. That's Sabine Hauswirth, and for me she hasn't had maybe as successful a week as maybe she was hoping for. Looked quite cautious, I think, heading through the terrain on yesterday's relay. She was 17th in the middle distance. Her best long result is bronze medal back in 2018. So she has got the potential, but I think was not quite performing to her very high standards earlier on in the week.
But I think her favorite distance will be today. She's a runner who can perform very well at longer distances and likes those parts where you really have to run. Maybe she's, I don't know. I mean, she's quite good in the uphills, and when you have to start fighting, we have seen that she hadn't had great technical races in the middle distance, and she was, as you said, very cautious yesterday. But it's less of that today, I guess. I think it's easier finding the controls, especially compared to the middle distance, and it's more about the strength, the energy, and having a really good concept here.
We saw Evely Kasku there through. That was her at control number 4, going into 10th place, 4 minutes down. A current leader still at that point, Megan Carter-Davis. Hanna Wisniewska is in here for Poland, looking to come to split number 2. And yeah, she performed well, I think, at the relay. And looks like she's going to set maybe a new quickest time here. She's just going from control 7 to 8. Our second TV split.
She really uses the uphill to read the map. It's hard to push in the uphills, especially. Maybe she would have had the energy to do it here, but as you named it, she's on the way towards control 8, so quite early in the race still. So she wants to save some energy, but use the time in the uphill to read the map and make a decision towards control 9.
Well, she's had a good week with 22nd in the middle distance. She was actually 3rd fastest on the middle leg of the relay for Poland, where they ended up in 6th place. So, done well. Now let's have a look again, replay of these route choices into the second control.
We see that Linus Cederberg, she decided to go up a bit later using the small path there and then the re-entrant. So quite a good option, but then she cut in here as well. There. Another good cut. Another cut here by Grace Malloy. I think that was a good decision, but of course, I mean the downhill is no problem, but then you have a bit more climbing there, and it will be a tough race. So it can be kind of a tactical decision as well to go around there, even if you know that you might lose 10 seconds or 15 seconds on that.
Yeah, Wisniewska rewarded then with the new leading time then at control number 8. Good job to her. To Sarah Hagström, who I think has had a really fantastic week so far. She looked really, really impressive on the second leg for the Swedish team. And also instrumental in their sprint relay win as well. And yeah, she was really impressive for me. 5th place as well in the middle distance. And here's another from the relay team, Lisa Risby, taking her first World Champs medal, and it was a gold. And she was really impressive as well. So I think really now we're into the kind of the last 9-10 runners starting, and you know, all the names starting in here are big names, and if they can get it right on the day, could be rewarded with a medal. I think maybe not the gold though.
Yeah, it will be very tough to be faster than Tove Alexandersson. We have seen the shape she's in at the moment, and it's so hard to imagine what kind of thing that has to happen so that Tove Alexander's not winning this race as well.
So we know Megan Carter-Davis was fastest to control number 2, and maybe surprising to see that she went around on the northern route. But what we could see is that she, I think, had a very good kind of route up the hill, and that's where she managed to get a little bit of a gap. So still leading at control number 3, 4 as well. I think she must have started off really aggressively and really quickly there. Megan Carter-Davis, really impressive to see.
It's also about how confident you are in your energy level towards the end. Then, I mean, if you push a lot in the beginning, for sure you can have a good time on this leg here. But the interesting thing will be to see how much energy does she have left at control 12, 13, 14, and then towards the finish.
Yeah, it's a chance. It's a real test of pacing it around the whole course. You know, our 80-minute expected winning time with all the climb that you've got left. Do you think most runners will try and kind of start it fairly easy and then maybe think with the last few Ks to go, then they want to maybe take more energy sapping route choices?
That's a really tough thing to say. I guess that no one thinks that he or she is starting like easy today. I think you can go out and try to pick the route choices so that you have a bit of an easier way to the control so that you can save some energy there. But when executing it, of course you have to be very careful to not over push it, and you have to find a level that, like a speed you think you can have all the way to the finish, and that's the really tough part here. So the big question is, can Megan Carter-Davis, for example, keep the same speed all the way to the finish that she had between control 1 and 2? So does she believe that she can have the same speed also towards the end? But of course it can also be a tactic to just start as fast as possible and see how long you get with it. Especially one of the earlier runners, who might not be a favorite on beforehand but wants to risk a little bit. Maybe she has a really good day today and the energy is just there all the way to the finish. I mean, then it would be a pity to not push very hard from the beginning. So that's a really tough question, that I think you try to run as fast as possible, but be careful to not overdo it.
Yeah, and I guess you've got to also kind of play to your strengths as well. You've got to know, you've got to think where your strengths lie compared to everybody else. Do you think you're going to be quicker than others in the climb? Does that take less energy out of you compared to the others? Do you think that's going to maybe that your kind of flatter speed, your track speed is really, really strong, and maybe you're going to play to those strengths. So, different route choices will work well for different people as well, I guess. And I mean, it's interesting to say Megan Carter-Davies is one of the few Brits who has been able to be out into the Czech Republic quite a couple of times over the year. I think one of the only members of the British team who was able to do so, and simply because she's able to kind of self-isolate for 2 weeks upon return. And there was a map exchange, I think, and that's something that the organisers have put in after yesterday's issues with the map.
Yeah, they had some issues with the plastic bags, so now they offer a map change here, so you can leave your old map there and take a new one. You have the whole course on your map from the beginning. It's just about feeling comfortable that the print is good enough all the way to the finish. And here we see route choice, Lotta Karula and Hanna Wisniewska on this replay here.
There's about a 3-minute tail, and so that wasn't synchronized, but maybe a good choice from Wisniewska to go around the top.
A bit of pity that it wasn't synchronized. Was hard to see.
Yeah, it was hard to see which one was better. Yeah. Jana Knapova here then into control number 4. And she's had a really tough last few days in the forest. That missed punch to punch the men's control in the middle distance. And then I think really the whole Czech team had some issues in the forest yesterday. They were fighting for a bronze or even a silver medal at some points towards the beginning of the last leg of the relay, and then it's kind of falling apart towards the end, to be honest. That really, really tough at the end. And here's Andrina Benjaminsen, and she's going to set the new leading time there, so it goes 45 seconds quicker than Carter-Davies, and actually she's caught up Jana Knapova by the 3 minutes of the start interval there. So that's a really, really great start from Andrina Benjaminsen. I think one of our favourites for the medal here. Florence Anoe is on her way to the finish then. She's going to be probably into 3rd place at this point, and having had a really great start, she will maybe drop behind, and maybe this is kind of partly about some of the pacing potentially here. Grace Malloy still our leader, Victoria Hayes-Bjornstad in 2nd, Florence Anoe goes into 3rd, and we have now about 17 finishers on this. Let's have another look at the longest leg of the course though.
We have Teresa Janosikova, Hanna Wisniewska, Jana Knapova and Andrine Benjaminsen. We see that Wisniewska and Benjaminsen, they go to the south. Knapova choosing a really straight option there. And I mean, that's a bit what I was talking about. This must have cost much more energy to run more straight there compared to keep on the path, going around a little bit, save some climbing meters there. It's good in the beginning, but I don't know if it will pay off in the end.
Eleanor Ross here with 2 relay medals having won this week. She's still looking for an individual world champs medal. Will this be her day? Her best long distance previously has come from 2017 in Estonia, 5th place for her there. So she really is wanting that individual medal. And yeah, Eleanor Ross could be a good shout for a medal today.
She was running very well yesterday in the relay. Looked very confident there. I think she kind of likes the terrain with many route choices and especially a lot of climbing. So it will be interesting to follow her. Many decisions to come. Yeah, an interesting name for sure.
Yeah, so too is Natalia Gempela. She hasn't raced any of the relay races actually. She's just been racing individual here today. She took that silver medal in the sprint race, a 10th place in the middle distance. So we'll see what she's able to do with the long. And again, she's had some great races, especially coming back from maternity leave, having a baby at Christmas.
Exactly. I mean, she had a great comeback here with the. Remember the performance at the sprint and also the middle distance was quite good. The big question will be, does she have the energy for the whole 80 or 90 minutes here today? But otherwise, she definitely has proven before that she is a runner who is good at long distances. So also she is one of the bigger names.
So here's Megan Carter-Davies, who's had a really good start. We can see there the time up of the current leader at control 8, Wisniewska. And so just having punched control number 7, this one's quite a short leg through here, but Megan Carter-Davies looks really good through here.
Yeah, you see that she is much more attacking than the runners we've seen before. She's running also in the uphill. Many of the runners we've seen before, they use the uphill to read the map. She's really pushing even there. That looks really good at the moment. Yeah,
and a big lead there for Megan Carter-Davies. She's going to also, I think, do a little map exchange. And you can see women's and men's, they said it's their responsibility. They've got to take the right one. You don't want to suddenly switch on to the men's lead. But you can see she already knew her way out to the next control as well, and has started really well. She's done lots of training up on in the Welsh hills. And getting all those climbs in.
With the W and the M there, if you come from the wrong direction, you have to be careful to pick the right map.
Yeah, that would be very tragic to get that one wrong, I think. But yeah, really great continuing run from Megan Carter-Davies, and she just looks very good through this terrain. Janášíková then, and I think we're looking for her towards control 16, are we at? Yeah, we're looking for her towards control number 16, where we'll get the next split. Janášíková is now currently in 10th place after the first long route choice, but she now goes into the lead ahead of Grace Malloy, who's still leading at the finish. But we've got not too many controls now to go, just that heading back towards the arena, and then just the kind of the last leap to go. So not very much now. Here's a comparison then.
Choosing to go to the south there. It's kind of a similar route choice we've seen yesterday in the relay. Grace Malloy, she chose to go to the north. I mean, that's okay as well. She could have stayed down there a bit longer and go around the hill as well. But I mean, that's a good option here. She can just run up, do the climbing here. And then, of course, she has a bit more orienteering to do towards the control from that direction.
Yeah, but you can kind of slot into kind of on one of those terraces at that route as well. So I think it's not a bad one to do. I think maybe gives you a good approach into the control.
Of course, it's not a bad thing to do, but still you have to be focused to execute it in a different way compared to if you come from the south. It's still a bit easier. You can do parallel mistakes at some points. We've seen that yesterday. It's more or less the biggest kind of source of mistake there is, because if you do a parallel mistake, you can really miss a lot of time. Otherwise, I think the controls, as I said earlier, are not too difficult.
Yeah, and we have, maybe this is just because we haven't seen it in the broadcast, but we haven't really seen anybody, as you said, making mistakes at the control itself. It's just a case of the route choice and the attack and the speed through the controls, but we haven't really seen any misses around there. And I think, yeah, that's a reflection of where the test is in this course. The test is in the route choice and the physicality of it, and not necessarily in the fine navigation. Although, they're on a 1 to 15,000 map, they will be making good use of magnifiers, I think, a lot of these runners, to be able to see the detail in the circles here. So waiting for split 3 around controls 15-16 for Lena Sederbo, who from Denmark, and we've seen her in some of the faster times so far. This is her second World Championship. She was 13th in the middle distance, so maybe not so surprised to see her amongst the quicker runners at the moment.
We were talking about mistakes before and that we haven't seen any mistakes. Looking at the GPS here, Lena Sederberg is maybe one of the first runners we see doing a mistake. She's still at control 15, at least on our GPS, and I guess here we are at control 16 maybe, or 15, but let's see, here we see it, we get the GPS, leaving control 14 to the south, choosing the path here, and then you should go all the way here, then follow you can cut in here exactly, and then at this point here you have to be careful to have the right direction, because otherwise you can do a parallel mistake there. And now she is in the re-entrant and doesn't really know why there isn't a control.
Yeah, and this is why, you know, you're coming off quite a flat topped hill. You've got to get exactly the right direction to get down the right part of the crags, and if you're just a little bit off there, also potentially trickier because you're approaching that from the top to find the right gap down. And yeah, that's the textbook example of a parallel error there. But Maria Larsson then into split number 2, control number 8, part of the medal-winning relay team for Norway. That bronze medal, was also 11th in the middle distance after actually winning her heat, and she's going to be down in kind of 3rd, 4th position. So Carter Davis still the trickiest at that point. And yet goes into the 3rd place there. No exchange of the map this time. Yeah, really, I had a lot of very frustrated runners to seeing kind of maps disintegrating. They were in little plastic bags, but not really very robust, not very strong. And that's why the organisers have decided to add in that potential map exchange if you want to get a new map at this point of the course.
Here we saw that Benjaminsen kind of changed her decision, first going to the north and then changing back to the south. Still, she was faster than Hanna Wisniewska, but I think she lost about 30, 40, 50 seconds there by changing her decision. He could go much more straight there up the hill.
Yeah, you see Benjaminsen going towards the north. Megan Carter-Davies, you know, went kind of towards the south. We'll see how that pays off. Sarah Hagström, who really looked impressive over the last few days. And after her, we've only got 4 left to start. So what can Sarah Hagström do today? I think the whole of the Swedish team will be brimming with confidence. They'll know their preparations were good. They've done a lot of training camps in terrain like this. They'll have prepared well with, you know, she was discussing in her post race interview, the map they had was quite old, but they felt like they were able to use it well and to prepare well. They'll have been practicing things like long legs. They'll have got different members of the team to kind of set different challenges and different controls that they to try and decide what the best option is. So she'll be very, very well prepared, and as I said, brimming with confidence as well. Simona Aebersold, and it's hard to remember that Simona Aebersold is only it's only her second World Championship. She's still a very young athlete, and she's one who's managed to make a fantastic transition from, winning so many medals, 9 Junior World Champs medals, but really managed to successfully and very quickly make a transition to being at the highest level of the seniors as well. Very impressive. But back towards control 8, Joanna Aubert on her way to this 8th control. And looking pretty good, I think, through here.
Not drinking at all there.
No, very good and smooth through the control itself. Already got the not too tricky, I think, a route choice for the next control, 8 to 9. Well, it's quite simple. The kind of 2 decisions you can make.
Here again, you see that this route choice from Benjaminsen, if she would have gone all the way straight up there compared to others we've seen on the same route, she loses about 40 seconds there. But then she had a really good speed on the second part of the leg, so she doesn't really lose time here anyway. Joanna Aubert choosing to go more to the west there, having to climb just before the control.
Yeah, so Benjaminsen running really, really well. Here's the last of the Czechs, Denisa Kosova. She was 8th in the middle distance. Really strong Czech performance in the middle distance, and one Czech to another. Here's Jana Knapova and Andrina Benjaminsen as well. So Andrina Benjaminsen has now taken those 3 minutes, having caught up Jana Knapova. So you're looking really good for the Norwegian. Not quite as good for the Czech, although now you can see they're working together. They caught up a few controls ago. I wonder, but they did look to kind of enter that control from different directions. So maybe you've got to make those decisions whether you try and stick on the back of the Norwegian or whether you want to try and do your own routes. But Benjaminsen here, it's going to be, she was significantly ahead of Carter Davis, but has dropped back now. Maybe that route choice to control 7. Hopefully we'll see the replay, maybe get a comparison on that leg between these 2 athletes, because it's going to be pretty much neck and neck here at control number 8. Benjaminsen just punching 1 second behind.
Interesting with this group here. 2 very strong runners together. It will be interesting to see what Jana Knapova decides to do. Does she take the back of Andrina Benjaminsen, or does she try to get away a bit? So now let's take a look here. You named it before. Benjaminsen at control 4 with quite a good gap. Still good here. Still there's a gap. Then different route choices between Carter Davis and Andrine Benjaminsen. And this is a really fast section here for Megan Carter Davis all the way around until here, and then you cut up there. It's quite an easy entrance to the control as well, because you can use this re-entrant there. I think that was a good decision. That's where she won back the time.
Yeah, absolutely. So looks good to go south from that route to number 8, and Carter Davis keeping up her great speed. Marika Taney is our penultimate starter, a Finn, and she was 4th place couple of years ago in Norway at our last World Championships. So we'll see what she's able to do. This looks like Teresa Janashikova. She's just on with the long socks and shorts today, and she's actually on her way towards the finish. You can just see the field in the distance there. And our leader at the finish is still Grace Malloy, but it looks like certainly at the previous splits we saw at control 16, we saw her take a considerable lead over Grace Malloy. So she'll soon be at the finish. But here's our last starter. All ones in the corner there, and she's actually 4 times long distance champion, 4 in a row. From 2016 onwards, she has won the long distance at the World Championships. She's going to try and make it 5 today, and it will also be her 5th medal at these World Championships. And really, she's going to have to make a huge mistake in order to not take this. She's by far the out-and-out favourite for today's race, so get ready for a real masterclass in how long-distance orienteering should be done, as I'm sure Alex Anderson will show everybody her skills and her endurance and her speed in the terrain. Janashikova then is looking to come into the finish, and look at that time, 6 minutes ahead. She's had a great last part of the course, really strong here for the Czech runner, and she's going to be cheered in all the way here now to take a new leading time. So Janashikova now through just into the last few metres of the course, and she's going to go under the 90 minutes here. New leading time then for Teresa Janashikova goes 1 hour 28 and 57 seconds. She looks very pleased to be coming in there. So our new leading time then at the finish from Janashikova. And full of smiles, looks like she enjoyed her time out in the forest. And then we can see that comparison then, where I think because Janashikova was actually just able to get quite a few seconds in all sorts of different places towards the end of this course.
She played it very safely here to control 15. You could see that she stayed until this fence, then took the entrance there just about above the passage between the cliffs. She seemed to have a really good speed in the very end of the course as well. Still looks good, no problems here.
No problems at all. Here's Lisa Risby, and this is on her way up to controls 3 and 4, where we'll get the split time. See her crossing over the track, and you can see just the visibility is really great in this point. So Benjaminson leading the early ports, Carter Davis still leading back control number 8, and Lisa Risby is going to be in amongst the mix there.
And I think that you could see Miri Trane Ödum on the way out from the control before, so she almost caught the runner from Denmark. Let's take a look at this again.
Oh, a mistake from Maya Sienoya.
Yes, quite a big mistake actually.
I think just going up the wrong valley.
Boy. Yeah, that's really annoying, especially in the way to the second control already. I think she went down there, thought that she was on the other path, a bit more to the south, and the big one just followed it, and then noticed that okay, the climbing shouldn't be that much. The way to the second control.
So we're at split number 3. Controls. That must be control 15.
Tries to sit down there, just beside the control.
But now she's on her way down the hill. And you can see the gap back from Janášíková to Malloy was about 4:29, and then at the finish it got up to just under 6 minutes. So Janášíková really strong at the end of the course, and Lotta Kohola is on her way to the 16th, just battling a bit through this small green section. But this is a good position here. There's the control. They're rewarded with that 4th place. And then you can see it's dropping down. As we've seen a lot, you've got to go now to the arena passage. So a little replay of the leader versus Lotta Kohola, who we've just seen through.
Different route choice to 13. Gap, the tail is 3 minutes. Different route choice here again. See the gap now. Still about 3 minutes, maybe a bit more. So it seems
good to go
decision.
up then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go up there.
From 14
to
to
15.
15. Yeah, Janášíková made that good decision at the end, heading out, and she sticks all the way on the path. We are waiting for Lina Sederberg to the finish. She's just kind of, coming. She's punched the last control that's in the forest, and she's very shortly on her way into this arena. And Wisniewska's been through the arena passage as well. But here's the Dane, I think. Yep, there she is. We watch her through to the finish line. She's going to take a new second fastest spot there.
It's quite a good race.
Yeah.
But one bigger mistake we have seen in the picture there. Maybe she got a bit tired towards the end. Concentration wasn't on top anymore. That's always a risk in long races like this one. But quite okay race. 3 minutes 26 behind the leader Teresa Janášíková.
So those are the standings, as you can see. We've got about 25 athletes through to the finish now. Very early stages though, this race. We do now have all our athletes out at the start. Let's have a comparison then of this final loop. This is a replay compared to, I think, their position just at the arena passage. You can see Janášíková got at high speed, I think, through there.
Yeah, but quite good speed for Sederberg as well. Then different route choice here, that's interesting. It was quite much easier to execute the route choice by Janášíková because she could see, if we think back the pictures we have seen You can see this open area very well from a long distance, so it's very easy to just take direction and push towards this open area there, especially in the end when you start to be tired.
Eleanor Ross here, just crossing this path between controls 3 and 4, but you can see she's already behind the leaders at that point. But Andrina Benjaminsen still leading. It will be more than a minute. Alexandra Hornick also there in 4th place. We haven't really seen her on the broadcast so far.
And
Poles
now look at this. So far we had Benjaminsen with the fastest time to the first split time at control 2. But look at the speed by Natalia Gempele here, around, cutting the corner there in a nice way. Cutting also here, and her lead at control 2 was more than a minute.
Yeah, really strong, and this is her crossing through here. You can see, yeah, I think she's got that base plate compass in her right hand. You can see very clearly when she's checking the direction, and she's just dropping straight down off the track there. But yeah, look at the time. It's going to be a really good one for Natalia Gempele. She's had a very strong start.
But she lost a bit of time here from the second control to the fourth control. Her lead compared to Andrina Benjaminsen was 1 minute and 9 seconds.
Yeah, it's not quite as much anymore. Standings at split 1. Control number 4 then, you can see that was a 58 seconds, so she is just less than a minute ahead at this point. Andrina Benjaminsen still in it. Lisa Risby, a good start too.
Yeah, but we know that Benjaminsen, she had not the best route to the second control. My guess is that she lost about 40 seconds. Yeah, this strange angle she was running when she was first. It looked as if she would go to the northern route and then decided to change to the southern route. I think she lost about 40 seconds there.
That's Alexandra Hornick here from Poland. She's on her way, that's control number 7. She's on her way to control number 8. And we saw already there from the splits at control number 4, she was in like 4th, 5th spot, I think. So had a pretty good start. Goes into 5th spot. Actually just behind her teammate, Wisniewska.
Here at the comparison between Line Cederberg, Marie Olausen and Alexandra Hornick. And we see that the route to the south is quite good. There's a small mistake by Olausen, went up a bit too far there.
But yeah, the routes that Hornick went, it's a lot of it is very flat, very few contours, but it's just too far, I think, for this one.
Yeah, and you have to go up and down. I mean, in the end, it's almost as much climbing, if not more, compared to going all the way south. And all the way south is kind of course, it's a long way around, but it's kind of a smooth line. You go to the straight line to the south and quite a straight line to the north again, and you don't have to zigzag all the way, and not much up and down either.
Sandrine Benjaminsen. I think we're... Sorry, Maria Larsson. Oh, I thought, yep, that's number 40. And towards control 16, so she's going to go into second spot. We haven't seen Megan Carter-Davis through that point, but she did go fastest, 4 minutes quicker than Yanashikova. Some more big time gaps happening there. So, but we can follow Olausson, new relay medalist. It looks like she's going to get the new second best time. It seems really good still attacking this. And just rechecks her map, rechecks her direction after a little fall, just kind of maybe getting that composure back again. Here's a little replay then, and Megan Carter-Davis going up and around. We think that's a pretty good, the good route choice that Yanashikova took, and just nicely gets that control as well. And Olausson also taking the same.
In the beginning about if it was a two attacking start by Megan Carter-Davis, but now it starts to look very interesting here. She has a big lead compared to Teresa Yanashikova. And I mean, there's not a long way to go here on this course for her. It's just right after the control. So she's reading towards the next one. Sabine Hauswirth at control 4.
And again, another comparison. So
now you can compare Benjaminsen to Sabine Hauswirth there. Going now to the same route. You also see that Benjaminsen has a great speed here. Getting closer and closer and just running faster.
And good uphill speed as well at that particular point. So I think room for improvement then on, obviously on Benjaminsen's route, getting it right, and obviously she had the speed to be able to catch up Hauswirth as well.
And then here, maybe not the best route to go to the east by Benjaminsen. Very good start.
But she still gets in there ahead of Hauswirth, so it's hard to tell.
Very good start for Natalia Kempele as well. This is Johanna Öberg.
It's control 15. Goes third there. Doesn't maybe look quite as aggressive as Olausson, just on the kind of the entry to the control, but still pretty good. Here's Sarah Hagström on her way to split number 1. Just really closely reading the map there. Using the uphill moments to read the map, and she crosses the path here. But she is, I think, a bit late, maybe. Simona Abersold also to split 1. It looks like Simona then catching up some time on Sarah Hagström, who started 3 minutes ahead. In fact, there she is. She has caught up. So Absol goes fastest then at that control that she's just punched just now. I think our split times are slightly ahead of our pictures. So really great feedback then from Absol to have caught those 3 minutes on Sarah Hagström.
Very good start for Simona Absol. Now we see her here as well compared to Sarah Hagström. So maybe you see where it happens, where they come together. Already here to the first control, slightly faster option by Simona Absol. Then she went up directly here. At this point, it's already 1.5 minutes only between the two runners. Absol cut over there as well. And then she saw her on the way out from the second control. I think this can be helped.
And she's already cut that corner on the way back, on the way down into control 2, so she knows it's good and is basically headed up the other way again. So that was
interesting that she has been counting many corners and really going a direct way, not choosing to go all around on the path all the way. It seems to be a tactic by Simona Absol to really be attacking today and go as fast as possible and not really try to save some energy already in the beginning.
So Jana Knapova now into the 16th control, and there's almost a little group forming around those 2 minutes back from Carter Davis.
And Knapova, she was together with Andrine Benjaminsen before. So
there she is.
Here's the Norwegian. Losing a bit of time here.
Yeah, but does take the new leading time there. First one to go quicker than Carter Davis. Here's Lotta Karhola into the finish. Finn. On her World Champs debut, she's going to be racing for a 4th spot. But yeah, looks like she's going to take 4th there. Just nip in ahead of Grace Malloy, 5:35 behind. Teresa Janashikova still the leading time at that point.
But we should soon get Megan Carter Davis to the finish.
Yeah, I think she's just punched the last control in the forest, so we'll very shortly see her at the finish.
I think we see her there in the background. I'm not sure about it.
No, I don't think, not quite yet. Those are the standings though at the finish at the moment. Teresa Janashikova still the leading time, just under the 90 minutes. We are looking for Megan Carter Davis very shortly, with only Andrina Benjaminsen quicker than her. Here's Lotta Karhola and Grace Malloy comparison. Those two are very close together at the finish. Both of them, taking that route very close in the end. Maybe a good last loop from Grace Malloy. We're looking now for Megan Carter Davis into the finish. No. Carter Davis is going a bit more kind of trying to go down some of these little routes. I think maybe she hasn't gone the same way that we saw Grace Malloy go, but she's really shortly going to be in at the finish, maybe losing a little bit of time there.
No, now we have her to the finish.
Yeah, Megan Carter-Davis.
Here
There she is, just in the bottom of the picture there, and we can see her in, and she's going to take the new leading time here. Megan Carter-Davis, for maybe the best run of her career so far, takes the new leading time, 84 minutes and 53 seconds, and a time that's still stacking up at the beginning. She has had a fantastic run. We were talking, she had such an aggressive start, and looked like we were questioning, was she going to be able to keep it up? And she absolutely has. Takes the new leading time, 4 minutes faster than Yanashikova, and still stacking up well compared to some of those fastest at the beginning of the race as well. So that is really, really positive news for Megan Carter-Davis. Good job there. But we look now towards the favourite, I think, and Alexanderson on the way to control number 2.
She made many of the smart decisions we've seen before, cutting the corner there, just at control 4. Going to the north, that's an okay option, maybe not the fastest one, but still it's a good one, and of course she's in the lead at control number 2.
Elena Ross and Natalia Gempler. So Natalia Gempler with the advantage here. She's fought Elena Ross. Elena Ross did a great first legger for the Swiss team at the relay. Natalia Gempler hasn't run any of the relays. She's only been running the individual races, and she's had some great performances, and she's now going to take quite a significant lead, I think, at this point. Goes a minute and a half quicker than Lisa Risby, and minute 38 quicker than Megan Carter-Davis, our new leader at the finish. We've got quite soon, we'll be seeing, I'm sure, in the next 5-10 minutes, we'll see Andrina Benjaminsen into the finish, who's our current leader at control 16, our kind of third split points, but looks really great for Gempler here. She'll get the feedback that it's been going well. Let's see how she was able to catch up. This is synchronized actually, so it's as if they started at the same time. Looking very, very strong. Here's Alexanderson though. And she is a minute ahead, or will be just less than a minute ahead by the time she gets to the control.
Look at this speed there in the downhill. So pushing quite hard here in the uphill. That looks really good.
Really good. So 51 seconds is the lead at control number 4, and no drama for Tova Alexanderson.
That's the 3 fastest ones so far in the comparison.
And that's the gap. They've got 3 minutes is the length of the tail on their GPS tracking. And great start from Alexanderson, as we would expect. This is Maria Larsson on her way into the finish. She's got to kind of round this spur and drop down into the finish. Here she is. But she's going to be slower than Carter-Davis. Looks like she'll go into second fastest spot, so pushing Yanashikova down the rankings at this point. Pretty good, strong end of the week for Olarsson. And yeah, she goes at second, minute 35 down, and she's straight away just kind of looking at this last section, I think maybe deciding, did she make the best choices? Let's have a look at the GPS replay. This is as if they started at the same time.
Different route there.
I think there. Yeah.
I think it was a good option by Olausen. It's shorter, and I mean, to go around is not much easier.
No, and you're not really. I mean, you're still saving a few meters of climb, but not loads, and it's not too steep. Maybe up through there. But yeah, I think a good route into 19 there for Olausen. I think so. This is Johanna Aubert. And on her route into the finish. Oh, her route, actually, this is punching control number 20. So now we'll see the way she decides to go through to the last control. There have been quite a few different routes we've seen, either going quite far east and dropping down towards kind of the easterly field, and then going around that way, or maybe some staying close to the line. And she will go around on the route to the east and go by by that field, I think, which you can see in the distance. It's good running, it's easy navigation, you don't really have to think too much once you get down that slope. Once you've got the direction out of the control, you can just kind of follow the edge of the field all the way around. She'll approach from the left. Nope, but she's behind though, and looks like she'll be slower maybe than Olausen as well. We're waiting for Swede. This is Svetlana Mironova, I think on her way for the arena passage. Here's Johanna Aubert going to go probably into the new third fastest spot. Looking for a new third best time then. She's kind of 16th, 13th, 14th earlier on in some of the early split times, but takes the new third fastest time there. 2 minutes 16 behind Megan Carter-Davis.
And soon we are waiting for Andrine Benjaminsen. And we will see if she can be a threat for Megan Carter-Davis to the finish. Few minutes to go, but still, that's an interesting fight there.
Yeah, we saw them kind of exchange the lead quite a few times early on with the different choices. Carter-Davis doing really well to number 2, and on the route choice to number 8 as well. But maybe Andrina Benjaminsen with potentially a higher speed, maybe not choosing the best route choices, but keeping in touch with the Brits. This is Sabina Hauswirth here. And she's on her way to the 8th control. A lot of a big group here on the men's course, all going together, but Hauswirth is a long way behind now. The leader is at control 8, Natalia Gempeler, who of course we saw had caught up Eleanor Ross. and Housewit is dropping quite far behind. Oh, here's Abersold. And that looks really good. If she's on her way, nearly having caught Housewit, then that would be at 6 minutes. So Abersold through here, and looks tight to see if she can get the new fastest time. Here's Benny Minson though. Is she going to take the new lead? Is she going to take the lead away from Megan Carter-Davis? She is going to be the lead by 2 minutes for Andrina Benny Minson, and she must have had a storming last loop around the kind of final section in the bit of the relay area that we saw, because Benjaminson takes the new leading time then, 1 hour 22:56. And it wasn't quite a perfect race, but we saw her speed was good a lot of the way around, and it's enough to take the new leading time. So good race from Benjaminson. She was one of those ones who were looking to take a medal, maybe starting, you know, kind of quite surprisingly early. Start list determined by the world rankings, and so she's going to have a wait to see how that will match up compared to some of the others. But Andrina Benjaminson, the new leader now at the finish.
I think it was kind of a mix between a stormy finish, really good finish by Andrina Benjaminson, and there must have been a small mistake of Megan Carter-Davis there. Maybe it was the route around the hill towards the third or fourth last control 19.
Jana Knapova then in for 4th place. So just there, 4 minutes and 8 seconds behind. So I think having lost some time towards the start, actually then was catching up a bit more time towards the end, I think. Here's Sarah Hagström. We saw that she was caught by Abersold, and she's been caught and now overtaken to Abersold, because we've already seen Abersold through at control number 8. We haven't yet seen Sarah Hagström, and you know, we can see her there dropping over 4 minutes behind now. And she had such a great run yesterday in the relay. Maybe we'll be feeling the effects of that now. Is she going to swap her map? Yep, she is. I wonder whether, you know, you just, even if your map looks okay, you just know about, you have maybe a little bit of a stress about what was happening to people's maps yesterday. You want to take a new one just because you want to play on the safe side. You don't want to risk it on the World Championships. Let's have another replay then. And this is as if they started at the same time.
Yeah, it's the two Swiss, Housewit and Abersold, and also Sarah Hagström. See Abersold going to the north there, all three of them actually. Housewit a bit more cutting the corner there, not really going all the way around, then going down again. I mean, once you're up there, I think it's good to avoid to do the climbing again, because that's more or less the reason why you go to the north, to avoid those up and downs and use the path. And she decides to go down again. I think she will lose time there.
Yeah, I think she will have done. We're live with Abersold though. We've seen all the others through that 8th control as well. And again, maybe Abersold not going on the path, choosing to cut through. It's been pretty good. Who's this we're seeing at the bottom here? Svetlana Mironova.
Hesitating here.
And she's on her way to the 19th control, I think. There it is. Now just being really careful to get the route up into the 20th. Really and I'm surprised to see her climb up that side of the hill. Let's have a look at what happened. So they've all gone through the arena passage. About in the good lead at that point.
It's good here, control 18, then going up this re-entrant here to control 19, that's totally fine. Going a bit much to the south, I guess, there. Don't know if she missed
we're live with
there, but
Mironova
looks
now.
good. Yeah. Looked good. It was hard to see the hesitating there on the GPS.
And I think a good route from Joanna over going from 18 to 19, going all the way up that re-entrant and then kind of down into the next one.
And here we have the 3 runners who are kind of in. I mean, if we have those 3 runners, and they're. Let's take a look at the splits. About 2 minutes faster than the next ones, within 1.5 minutes more or less. All going to the north here, to the second control. Then splitting up a bit here. Quite a good cut there by Gempele. Then they split up again, Gempele going to the west. No differences to control 5. Similar out from control 6, but then Gempele chooses to go all the way around on the path there.
That's Lisa Isby at control 15, dropping down the gap between the crags. And we'll see how her split time at the next control. Oh, just checking the detail, I think, here. Got to get it right. Got to use the magnifier, and it's looking pretty good for the Swede.
At control 14, she was 15 seconds behind Andrine Benjaminsen.
So it's course up here, just on that control 14, 15 as well. Really, really good end of the course then for Lisa Lisby. And here's Alex Anderson on her way to control number 8.
At control number 6, her lead was 1 minute 23.
And it's now 1:57. So we can see those top 3, Alex Anderson, the last starter, so everyone in contention through at this point. So those are still remain the top 3. They were the top 3 at number 4, at our first TV split. They're still the top 3 at number 8, and all of them just being, I think, consistent here.
We are back on this comparison between Alexanderson, Abersold and Gempele. Here soon we'll see slightly different exit from control 6 by Natalia Gempele. She chose to go and use the path here around. I guess she lost a few seconds, but it was not that bad actually.
Denisa Kosova. Also to split number 2, so she's been overtaken by Tove Alexanderson, caught up more than 6 minutes then. Looks to be running okay, but you can see she's going to drop back outside the top 15. In a comparison, this isn't synchronized. This is kind of a replay of of what happened in the moment. So we're looking for where Alexanderson manages to catch up Kosovo, and there it was at 5 and 6. It looked like she was following her at that re-entrant, but then just going longer up the path and has dropped behind.
We could see the difference there. We know that Natalia Gempelet did the same thing.
So with the last starter through control number 8, those are the standings. Tove Alexanderson, that current leading spot. Sandrina Benjaminsen is our leader at the finish. There she was in 6th place. Lisa Risby, we've just seen, I think, take the new lead at control number 16, so also in a great spot. But there's still lots of orienteering to go between 8 and the finish. But at the moment, kind of no real surprises, no real, no massive mistakes that we've seen. Very different kind of characteristics to this race. I think that was Sandra Grosberger and Susan Lösch into control 19, I think. This looks like Marika Taney. It is also on her way to split number 2, control number 8. So she too has been overtaken by Alexanderson. And yet again about those 7 minutes behind. So dropping down, you can see just how she's been losing time gradually throughout the course.
Not really the same route to this control as we have seen many others taking. Coming up more straight to this control from below.
Yep, there she is. So dropped a little bit of height. Here's Gempela, and she's on her way to the 16th control. And Gempela, we remember, still with kind of those top 3 positions, and that was her at the 15th, just coming through there, and her speed looks really, really good. She's still attacking this, and although I was going to say she just had to stop and read it, maybe she's trying to push where she can and then stopping just to read all the detail here on this short control to 16. It's not really, it's one where you've got to just kind of get the small parts of the orienteering right, get the detail of the orienteering right, but it's going to be really good here.
She kind of looked a bit surprised by the green vegetation down in the valley there.
Yeah, she did indeed, but she's looking very speedy, I think, through those controls. She's got to go down now, ready for the arena passage. Looks very strong. Let's have a comparison then of Gempler and Risby, find out why we have Gempler in the lead.
This is a leg replay. Backing out from control 10 there, taking the path to the south, around. She already passed control 12 there towards control 11.
You can literally see her heading back the same way.
Yeah.
And then goes down this route to 13. Also looks good, because you've got to spot where the control is, and yeah. I think having looked at where that control is might influence that route choice, because you're kind of approaching it from below, really looking really strong there. Eleanor Ross then also through to this same point that we've just seen Gempler. We've seen Gempler overtake Swiss. So we're waiting for Eleanor Ross now. And I think, is she making a mistake towards the control, this control 15? That's where we're waiting to see her now. And if I'm just looking at the route choice, she's making... Oh, who else was it who made that mistake?
Line Cederberg did the same mistake. She came from above, didn't have the right direction down the spur, and then was heading into the wrong re-entrant.
And I think that's what we've got Eleanor Ross doing as well. I'm sure we'll see it on the GPS on the screen very shortly, but I know a lot of you will be watching both the pictures and the GPS tracking up side by side. So we can see that she is making a mistake and she's dropping a lot of time now. This is what's happening. We're live with her. Oh.
And once you are there, it's hard to relocate. You really have to use the compass to get the map into the right direction. That this can give you an indication, of course, that you're not at the right spot. Now it looks as if she was standing for a long time at the same place. That might show a bit that she's tired as well. Of course, situations like this always are a bit more difficult to handle after after 2/3 or even more of a long distance than in the middle distance. It's also the scale 1 to 15,000 makes it a bit more difficult to relocate.
Yeah, and this is what I kind of mentioned earlier. The last loop isn't that tricky, really, but I guess, you know, when you've done, you know, well over an hour of running and steep climbing and everything like that, and she's actually just overshot the control. It's just up here. There we go. Then it's really tough to make the right choices. Oh, and where is she now? She completely...
She kind of lost
overshot
confidence.
it. You think she would see the routes? You know, you can see there's a big track that's going down there off the back of this hill, and I think if you kind of keep heading around that boulders that you see in the picture, then you'd see the track and you'd head back up this way. But it's another mistake for Eleanor Ross. So we haven't really seen that many mistakes on this course, but the mistakes we have seen have come towards the end, and you can see she's just dropping down the results now. I don't know which way she's going to come up.
I think we heard her
anyway, we've got tired of waiting for her now, evidently. Lisa Bisbee, though, is in the last loop. I think she's on her way towards the 20th control.
Maybe.
Or she's already punched
towards
20th
the
control.
arena, yeah.
Yeah, towards the arena. Yeah, actually, I think she's just kind of gone down and back up in the re-entrant again.
She's not choosing to go out to the field, as we've seen many other runners do. It actually was control 20 there.
Now just trying to get her route down into this.
Yeah, she didn't have the best direction out from control 20 into this valley where she will follow the track. She had it too much to the left and now has to turn back to the right. And now she's actually running towards the fields we have been talking about before. And we have seen many of the other runners run as well. But I guess this was about 20 seconds mistake here.
But she had a good lead when she came through control number 16 of about a minute ahead of Benjaminsen, who's still our leader at the finish. We know Gempler has gone quicker than her since.
It's actually going to be quite tight here. Let's see what happens. Good at both 13 and 14. So good route here to 15. That's the control where we've seen Elena Roos having problems. No problems for Risby, not at 15 and not at 16. And here she comes to the finish. This will be a close call.
This is going to be a close call, and not helped by falling over there. Is she going to set the new fastest time here? It's going to be really close with her and Benjaminsen. I think, it's going to be tight on the line. It's the same time, equal first place. Benjaminsen and Risby, equal time after 82 minutes and 56 seconds of running. They cannot be split up. So Benjaminsen and Risby, and you could kind of hear her waiting for Per Forsberg, the arena announcer, to announce what was going on, what time she was at. But it is a new equal leading time then for Lisa Risby.
It's a pity that she missed at the very end there, up at the second last control, because this might cost her. Now she has the same time as Benjaminsen. We have 3 other runners having really good speed out there. So this will definitely be a very good position in the end of the race.
But we're looking for Simona Abersold then. Punching the 15th control. And I think Abersold's doing exactly the same thing that we've seen Lena Sederberg doing and Elena Ross doing. And you can see she's doing, she's just got the wrong kind of gap down off the top of that hill. It's so important that you have the right direction. But I have a feeling she's not going to lose as much time as the others. She's heading certainly in the right direction. Maybe she's figured out very quickly what she's done. It's hard to tell though. We're going to see her in the picture, I'm sure, very soon at the control. Maybe if she's figured it out. Although she does seem to have stopped there, doesn't she?
Let's see how much problem it takes for her to get out of the Swiss trap. That can be crucial here. That was a lead.
Yeah, she's managed to make it though through now. And we'll get the time at the next control. But that's very annoying. She spoke a lot after the middle distance about, having to kind of persevere with her run. She found it very frustrating and very challenging technically and physically as well, having to really work hard at the end. But it means that she's, she was ahead of Gempler. She now drops behind. We're going to see her coming up here. There she is. Hausfit is also there. And she'll be finishing 9 minutes behind. So Abersold, though, goes into the second place there. And that may well upgrade Gempler, who we are following now.
And before the mistake, the gap between Gempler and Abersold was 10 seconds. Now it's 1 minute and 9 seconds. So the mistake was about 1 minute there.
So I think that's Gempler just climbing out of the big re-entrant at number 19. She's still got to get to number 20. You can see her just looking round, and it's going to be on the other side of this hill. Yep, no problems there. And then now of course, we've seen lots of different route choices down to the finish. But she's actually staying quite far. I think she will go west of the line, judging from her route out of the control. Although maybe now she will drop down into the range and go swing back down by the field. Hard to tell. She looks to her left though. And yeah, she will head down here where we've got kind of almost this track made at the bottom and I think swing down and round towards the field.
Great run here by Natalia Kempele. I mean, if she doesn't do a big mistake here on the easy last control, then this will be a medal race again for Natalia Kempele. See here, Lisa Risby and Natalia Kempele. Ooh, that's a very extreme route here.
Wow.
Yeah, wow, yeah.
Okay, was not expecting anyone to do that.
I don't think anyone was expecting this.
I mean, she's seen it be an option from on the relay, but it's just a totally different control. No, I would not expect anyone to do that.
We have to check the gap between. Yeah, she lost around 20. She lost 24 seconds on that. Natalia Kempele. So it wasn't a good choice. I seriously doubt that this was planned by the course setter. I think they expected everyone to go straight there.
Yeah.
It is again. Take a look at the Swiss trap here at control 15. Mistake by both Abersold. It was about a minute for Simona Abersold. And it was more for Elena Roos because she missed both 15 and 16 there.
But I think we've got Natalia Kempele into the finish very, very soon. We're looking out for her. There she is, the neutral athlete. She's got 2 medals already in the long distance, a silver and a bronze. Is she going to add another one to her collection today? It looks really good here for Kempele. Her times compared to the other runners out there in the field, this may well be a silver medal for Kempele today. And she goes just over the 80 minutes. And she looks like she's really enjoyed the racing today. Looks very happy. She's got to wait for the download though first. You've seen other people celebrate and then have a missed punch. I think that's what she's saying. She's waiting.
For a second, it looked as if she was showing the finger there.
Hey.
That's not. That's a bit against the Corona rules here.
Yes.
Talking in finish, but what a great performance by Natalia Kempele. I mean, we know the story. She came back very quickly after her childbirth, and I mean, this is just impressive here how she delivered this week, both in the sprint and also here in the long distance.
There's Alexanderson, and we saw she took quite an extreme route to the north to go into this control. But if we look down to the bottom right, the splits are in her favour. Just kind of getting slightly more time at every single control, it looks like, and just increasing her lead ever so slightly. It's just very calm, very controlled orienteering from Alexanderson. And we look, she's our last starter. We've got her coming shortly up through to this control, and Kempele there in that second position. It's going to be so hard for Abersold to make a dent on that. That may well be the silver medal then for Kempele. We wait for Alexanderson.
Well, it's actually quite tight between Kempele and Abersold because of this route choice between control 16 and 17. So it's only half a minute on the last loop. But definitely we have one runner again outstanding here, Tove Alexandersson.
Yeah, and it's 2 minutes and 30 seconds. So the standings at split number 3. put Alexanderson in a commanding lead. Natalia Gempler still in that second position. She is our leader at the finish, but we know she's taken that very bizarre route through to the arena. What will Abasol be able to do? But it does look like these three are going to be the main ones challenging for those medals still as we come towards the end of this women's race.
Let's focus a bit on the fight for the silver medal between Gempel and Abersold. It was a very close call. I think it might be a small hesitation there at control 11 for Gempele. She chose a good route to control 13. Still the gap not too big there. Then good speed by Abersold here, going to the south, rounding it, and then of course we know it, the mistake at control 15. She lost about a minute. And then to control 17, was able to win back around half a minute, a bit more actually, 35 seconds.
Elena Ross then, and she's, I think, heading still to the 20th control. But it's not quite been her day. She was caught by Gempler, and she just looks to be being extra careful, I think, there, and just looking around to see if she can,
body language that she starts to be tired here. She's done quite a few mistakes towards the end here.
You know, and she's done every race but the middle as well this week, although we should say Abersold and Alexanderson have done all the races this week. It can be done if you're at the top of your game. Replay for Elena Roos.
We know that she's done a mistake at both 15 and 16. Then going around here, same as Megan Carter-Davis, not the best option.
Looks like Denisa Kosova is through, having punched the 15th control. She's going to be more than 10 minutes down by the time she gets to the next points. And this is where these, these climbs become really brutal right at the end, and also to keep it in your legs, to stay upright on the way down the slopes as well. That's also killer. You know, we've talked about the effect of all the uphills, but it's also the steep downhills that can really be very tricky as well. Elena Ross then into the finish. Is going to be outside the top 10. And I mean, things didn't start well when she was caught by Natalia Gempler, but we saw, you know, those two mistakes, 15, 16, going into that Swiss trap, and that was, I think caused even more damage there for Elena Ross, but from one Swiss to another. Smeen Hausrit there on, looks like probably control 19. Abersold's on her way to 20. Here she is. And now Abersold's trying to see whether she can make it into a silver or a bronze. And, you know, she's already got 2 bronzes and a silver from this World Championship. She's got 2 silvers and a bronze from the last World Championships. Her worst ever place finishing at a World Champs so far is 4th. And that consistency is just what is very, very impressive, I think, from Abersold.
But she needs a really good finish here to be able to pass Natalia Gempele on this very short last loop. The gap was 30 seconds at the arena passage.
And Gempele looked really strong on the last section, just kind of seeing her on camera. Looked very, very good. But good direction there from Abersold into the control itself. Good flow as well.
The advantage for Abersold is that she for sure knows that she is half a minute behind Gempele, because she had this arena passage and she started after Natalia Gempele, so I guess the coaches helped her there with some informations.
Yeah, you can see that the impact of that mistake there, but catching up, I think, after that arena passage, and we'll see the difference there. She looks like to be quicker than Gempele going up the hill. Oh, and it's actually going to be quite close. And I think, I think she's not going to make it from just looking from there, but she's in the same position that she's in the middle distance, which is chasing after a result. And I think she absolutely, she was cheered on so much by the crowd, the coaches there to try and get the next result, to get that medal in the middle distance, which she did manage to achieve going ahead of the Norwegian. But I think it's just going to be too much this time for the silver medal. But it does look like another bronze medal, a third bronze medal for Simona Abersold. She's slower than Gempele. I think Gempele is looking even better for the silver. Of course, Tove Alexanderson still to come, but Simona Abersold will add another medal, I'm pretty sure, to her collection after a great bronze medal. It was that mistake, though, at number 15 that has put her down in that bronze medal position, but she should be really, really pleased with that run still. Lots of top runners having trouble out there, or just kind of not being quite as quick through the terrain. One of those is Marika Taney, who we can see through here, on her way to the 16th control.
I mean, Simona Abersold should be very pleased with that, not only with the race day, but with her whole week. As you mentioned before, very good results all the way at all the WOC races she has done so far. And I mean, she's such a young runner still. This is just very impressive. But let's take Taney here. I think she expected a bit more. A bit higher expectations in this long distance.
Yeah, I think we certainly had higher expectations than, she's going to be in around 20th, but with a 4th place in the long distance 2 years ago in Norway, then she's not managed to repeat that kind of performance today. Of course, very, very different terrain, very different kind of test of your orienteering skills in those two different terrains. I think this is the, there's Alexanderson at the 19th control. Sabine Hausrit here in towards the finish, and she is going to be trying to make the top 10. But such big gaps, I think, to be in the top 10 and be more than 8 minutes behind the current leader. Really, really physical, really challenging race here today. So Hausrit goes 10th.
Simona, how was your race?
Yeah, I'm really happy with my race today.
And Alexanderson pushing hard on her way to the 20th control. And Sarah Hagström here is looking for, I think, a top 6 position.
Congratulations,
Oh no, she is going to be just slower than that top 6. She was caught and overtaken by Simone Abersold, but not had too bad last part of the race. She's going to go into maybe 7th, 8th position there, Swede. And it's equal 7th place, equal with Jana Knapova there. So she goes equal 7th with Jana Knapova. Only really got kind of Tova Alexanderson to come. We've got Denise Kosova, Marika Taney, who she's already overtaken, but I think we can just focus now on our new world champion here, who has punched the last control in the forest, is just going to descend this slope and make her way back to the arena.
Catherine, I'm happy that you still call her the new world champion after like 7 times in a row.
7, 8, what are we up to? 8, 9 times in a row now? Something ridiculous. Well, it's certainly it's her 5th in a row in the long distance. It's 5 out of 5 at the World Championships, and I don't think nobody's managed to do that since the introduction of the sprint relay. Some were able to do that on the old program, I think, Simona Nigli, but to take 5 out of 5 hasn't been done before. She just keeps setting records, and she's still, she's still in her 20s, is Tova Alexanderson, and she's got more to give, that's the thing. She can still set loads of records, she's been winning so much.
In the future, we won't have sprint and forest competition in the same championship, so it will be very hard to match that 5 gold medals in one championship.
Yeah, it's going to be impossible to match. And Alexanderson here, she can really enjoy this run in her last race on these champs. She's taken 5 out of 5. 5 is the magic number for Alexanderson today. Her 5th straight long world title and her 5th gold medal at these world championships. Well deserved, Tova Alexanderson. Maybe she had that as a dream, but it has been realised today. 77 minutes running and another gold medal for Tova Alexanderson. She'll just get the readout and get the punch. Yeah, all fine. And Tova Alexanderson has pretty much done the impossible here, winning all 5 gold medals. And where do you go from here? Goodness me, Tova Alexanderson.
I don't know where you go from here, and I have no idea how to get there. I mean, this is this is just amazing. She's so, I don't know. I mean, if you look at her when she's orienteering, when you see the pictures from the forest, you get the feeling like nothing can ever go wrong here. It's just too smooth. It's very strong physically. Her technique is so outstanding in every different kind of terrain. It has to be brutal for everyone else who has to compete against her at the moment, because if you look at Simone Abersold, she has a great run at almost every race here, but there's just no chance to win a gold medal anyway. And I don't know, but we have been talking so much about Tova Alexanderson, but still it feels like there's so much to say and nothing to explain. I don't know.
Yeah, you're right, because what she's doing is just amazing feats of orienteering that are inexplainable, because she's got the complete package. She was a great navigator. She runs so fast. She's so strong, and she's performed well in so many different types of terrain. From her first world title in Sweden, just managing to master this, but specifically the long distance, but really the middle distance as well, in so many different types of terrain, and to have that kind of longevity and to also be winning the sprint and the sprint relay in such commanding fashion as well. She's a true all-rounder when we're starting to see this sport kind of split up and be starting to split into the sprint and the forest that we're seeing quite a lot of the runners do, but still those who are the best, Tove Alexandersson and the likes of Simona Abersold. She's raced all the races here as well, and yeah, she must just be thinking, what on earth can I do to beat Tove Alexandersson? You try as she might, she just can't seem to make it happen, and that's got to, well, maybe be frustrating, but maybe try and motivate you to catch her and to try and beat her, because she just seems unbeatable at the moment. But then for Tove Alexandersson, where you have to find, where does she go from here? Where does she have to try and find her motivation? Maybe she's going to look for records and do what, if you think about what the tennis greats do, Roger Federer, how he's still going, and how he is looking for, a Novak Djokovic looking for all these kind of obscure records that they can break, because that's what's going to get them motivated to being back and the feeling of competing as well, because when you've won everything, and I think we've seen Maya Alm struggle for motivation with having won so many sprint races. She was struggling quite a lot this winter for motivation, but Alexandersson it seems to be in her blood. She's just seems to find it all the time.
But I think there's one thing, all those people you named there, Roger Federer, Novak Djokovic, and Tove Alexandersson, quite good to have her in the same sentence as all three of them. I mean, they have one thing in common: they just love their sport. I think that's the most important. I'm not really sure if Alexandersson really is chasing those records. I just think that she really enjoys to do orienteering and also all the other sports, and that's exactly the reason why she actually can manage to be world class in so many different sports. It's just because she really likes to do the training and to do the competitions and to be active in different kind of sports. I think really this is the key, and then of course she has you have to have the body for it as well. Not everyone is able to train that amount of hours and still almost never have problems with injuries.
Yeah, I mean, you hinted she's a world-class multi-world champion in ski orienteering. She was doing a lot of ski mountaineering this winter. She's done sky running. She just has been able to find these different sports, and maybe specifically with the skiing, she's keeping that high intensity of the fitness, but maybe using the different muscles in the winter. But she's able to basically keep going throughout the whole year, which is just pretty spectacular, to be honest. And yeah, I mean, people do orienteering for the love of orienteering. She's got she'll have a great team around her. She's got great resources as well to be able to be a professional athlete, because a lot of those here are not able to be professional athletes, and she's really able to use those resources to maximise her potential as well. We see Denisa Kosova then into the finish. So we're kind of coming towards the end of this women's race. She was the second to last starter, but the last of the Czechs. And they can cheer her in to that 15th spot. And it actually looks like the best of the Czech athletes is Jana Knapova in 8th, then Teresa Janashikova in 13th, and she will just head there into 15th. We think we've got Marika Taney in the finish, but we can look then at these standings. Alexandersson, Gempela and Abersold take the medals. I want to put in a big shout out for Megan Carter-Davies with the 6th place. It's her first time in the top 10, I think, at the World Championships, and to get into that top 6 is really, really spectacular run from her. Anyone else you want to pick out, Jonas, in these top results?
Yeah, Lisa Riesby did a really good race today as well. 4th place in this World Championships long distance. That's kind of unexpected if you look back at the past results at least. She didn't have so many starts at World Championships so far, so this is a great result for her. And as you mentioned already, Megan Carter-Davies. We were talking about her in the beginning, if she might have started a bit too attacking, but yeah, she had a great race all the way, and her energy level didn't go down too much. I mean, she lost a bit of time in the very end. Maybe she got tired and wasn't really able to keep the focus on the orienteering, but 6th position is a really good result and maybe the biggest surprise today. And here we have the 3 medal winners on the GPS.
Yeah, Alexanderson with the speed right from the beginning, just taking the seconds out, but certainly Abersold and Gempler were very, very close throughout the course, kind of chopping and changing in the lead. I think Gempler losing time on that little route out of control 6.
Yeah, I mean, if Alexanderson would have done a mistake here at one of the controls, it actually could have been quite a tight race in the end. Or not maybe until the very end, because both Abersold and Kempele did a mistake in the between control 15 and 17. We'll see that very soon. Here a smart route by Natalia Kempele. And then control 15, the mistake. Simona
Abersold looks
Abersold.
much quicker, but then she makes the mistake here.
And here the route choice by Natalia Kempele. I mean, talking about unexpected things to happen. This was quite an unexpected thing. And in the end it was quite tight anyway between Abersold and Kempele, but Kempele had a good last loop there, and it never really got tight in the very end.
Tove Alexandersson, Grand Slam, 5 goals in 5 races, perfect score. How does it feel?
It feels amazing. It's almost unbelievable that I managed to do that.
It must have been really difficult to find extra power in legs after 7 races in 7 days. How was your race?
Yeah, it's really tough, so I'm so proud of what I did today, that I could focus hold this long distance and keep the orienteering, and also fast running. Even I was quite tired both in the legs and in the brain, but I could run fast and still do the orienteering good. It's it feels amazing, and it's have just been so many feelings this week, and it's just amazing.
Were you confident in your route choices today?
Yes, it felt good. I felt that I didn't of course, some route choices I felt that okay, maybe I lost some times here, but not. It felt like I didn't lose a lot of time. So it's hard to take the right route choices on every legs on this kind of course. But I had a good feeling during the race. Yes.
And one last question: do you know how many goals Simone Nigli has?
No, I don't know actually, but I know that it's many. I have some left to her, I guess.
Yeah, she has 21, so still some work for you to do. Congratulations, thank you, and enjoy your day.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much.
I actually think she has 23.
Oh, okay. So maybe that's the next target then for Tove Alexandersson, to become the best female athlete of all time. She'll have to overtake that record by Simone Nigli, but she's still in her 20s. She's got a lot more orienteering to come, and she's got a lot more medals to win, I am absolutely sure. There is first and second, just kind of discussing what went on there in the forest, but 2 really great champions there. So that is the final results then. We can look here for the women's course just before we move on then to the men's. Look, we've got the 4 Swedes in the top 10 as the Swedish party continues. Are they going to be able to do it in the men's class? We will have to wait and see. And a couple of Norwegians in there as well. Jana Knapova, the best of the Czech athletes. After a bit of a disappointing week earlier on, maybe this is what she will end on a bit of a high, making the top 10 in there too. A lot of Swiss athletes making there in the top 20, and great results there, I think, for the two Poles into 19th and 20th. This is Marika Taney just into the finish now. She is outside, though, of the top 20, 15 minutes down. Not her day, though, today. So we will very shortly move on to the men's race, but I think today what was key in the race, I guess, making good route choice decisions and just kind of having that speed and power to attack the terrain.
I mean, we were talking about from the beginning, it's very important. It's a real route choice competition here. Tove Alexandersson said it quite well. It's almost impossible to pick the best route at every point, but it's all about not losing too much time once you might not pick the fastest one. And one thing we have seen in the women's race here, mistakes can happen, and they will most probably happen towards the end when runners start to get tired. Otherwise, the control picking isn't too difficult. It's mostly about the route choices, and one important route, of course, is and was the one to the second control.
Yeah, absolutely. So we will see something similar now as we turn our attention towards the men's course. And of course, we've got a lot further to go. Jonas, do you want to talk us through this map then?
Yeah, this is the reason why I said is and was the long leg to the second control, because the men, they have quite a similar one also to the second control. It's not exactly the same one, but it's only a few meters away from the women's control. Also there, two shorter legs, 3 and 4, and then a long one to the fifth control again with a route choice. 6, 7, 8 and 9, a bit shorter routes again. Control 10, very easy one where you have the chance to go around there. Then 14, 15, kind of a similar route again as we've seen in the women's race there. But also there it's not exactly the same route. We will see that in the analysis later on. Loop 17, 18, 19, 20, and then we go back into this area where many of the runners have been running yesterday at the relay. 24, 25 arena passage, and then again a small loop at the very end, very short one, but you have to be careful also there.
Yeah, you have to be careful when the orienteering just kind of you're feeling tired at the end. You've got to really keep the orienteering very closely. But let's have a look then at our little course preview, go deeper into some of the analysis. Here's the arena, same arena for the long and the relay, so they'll be kind of used to the whole setup and some of the orienteering towards the end of the course as well. But they've got this remote start, and again a fairly easy control to number 1, but Jonas, you already mentioned it, this leg to number 2 again going to be pretty decisive, I think, and really we'll also get a sense of how the speed is amongst the athletes as well. So 5 route choices highlighted here.
Yeah, it's kind of the same situation as before. We shouldn't be too sure about that the same routes are exactly are the best here in the women's race as well. It's bit different circumstances in the men's race compared to the women's race. What we see from the early starters here, also here we have the orange route, or kind of an option of it, as the one many of the early starters picked towards control 2.
Yep, then as you said, we've got a few shorter ones here before another long leg across from 4 to 5. got 4 different routes marked here, and you can see kind of on the 3D rendering of the map just how steep these valleys are, and maybe you've got to decide how many you're willing to cross.
And again here, I mean, I think if you look at this route isolated, quite straight would be good, but at the same time, this is a leg in a long distance race, and you have to see it as it is. I mean, it's if you just push straight on every leg here, I think the result won't be very good in the end, so you have to be careful and also think about the coming routes. Control 5, this one I think is quite interesting, because here one of the keys can be to find a good way up the hill there for Control 6, so I guess that the green option is quite good. You get a path there, it helps you to climb up towards Control 6.
Yeah, and so demonstrating the blue route out of Control 5 and kind of crossing and going. This is the kind of how it looks like when you're going down through this little gap in through the rocks, and then it kind of opens out into this wider, slightly wider re-entrant. Got to drop down and find this path, but you're constantly kind of changing direction, managing the descents, and it's quite fun terrain, to be honest. Of all the descents you could do, that's quite a fun one. So then a few shorter controls as well. We will see them in towards 10, 11 for our TV splits. And the next one we're going to show you will be 14 to 15.
And this is quite similar, as I mentioned before, to the route choice we've seen in the women's race. There we could see that it was a good option to go on the red route choice there all the way to the south, and I think it will be a good option also in the men's race. Advantage there, you have a very straight line first to the south. Of course you go a long way around, but you don't have this zigzag running all the way, and then first you have the downhill, then you have quite a flat area, and in the very end you do the uphill towards the control.
Yeah, so another pretty decisive one. You can see this is the route down, straight down out of control number 14 to head down to that the track at the bottom, and along the track, small little path at the bottom of the re-entrant, and then you can see the descent into this control. Versus the green route where you have to climb up into the control. So then a few shorter ones as well, and a few controls on this slope where we've seen quite a lot of the women go kind of stay on a little level between 2 layers of cliffs, almost on a little terrace. And then some kind of route choices again we've seen back towards this section, which is what they were using for the relay yesterday. Again, some route choices. Do you stay high? Do you go down low? Before they make their way back to the arena passage. And a few controls here. This number 27 is not the same the control that the women had, but otherwise it is the same. And then of course back to the arena for the finish. So those are the challenges, and she said it for the women's course, it's the same for the men's. The whole course is basically a whole massive route choice, and that's going to be really what decides the races today. So we take a look down the start list, we have it decided by the world ranking, the Forest world ranking, so the highest in the world rankings will go last. Any names you want to pick out? We have Olaf Lundenes, who is our 4-time defending world champion, starting second to last, but he's got a lot of injuries. He has had injury problems this winter and had to retire during the middle distance race.
He's kind of a question mark in this race today. You named it 4 times in a row. Same situation as for Tove Alexandersson, but I mean, he had problems in the middle distance, and this long distance is really tough, so he's not as big as a favorite as he would be in like any other year, maybe. I'm very curious on Kasper Fosser. He did a great long distance 2 years ago, but there we saw that he kind of was out of energy at the final loop. It will be very interesting to see if his engine can work all the way until the finish. Then, of course, you also have Gustav Bergman. He had a great race yesterday. Matthias Kiburtz, world champion in middle distance. And maybe a few outsiders. Albin Riedefeld, Emil Svensk, Mika Kirmula, maybe Luca Bassi. We have quite many names there. Daniel Hupman for sure. I mean, many names as usual in the men's race. It's a bit closer here. We have more athletes that actually have the chance to win a gold medal. We don't have this dominating figure as we have in the women's class.
Yeah, so his scenes from the pre-start, from the warm-up area, just saw Luca Bassi just checking the bulletin 4, just making sure he's understood all of the instructions. This is Olaf Lundenes just sorting out his compass. But yeah, I mean, we have question marks over Olaf Lundenes about how severe his injury is, and whether, I wonder, did he stop the middle distance because he wants to go all out for the long distance? It's kind of, we don't quite know how well he performed, but yeah, it's going to be tricky for him to defend his world title again. Here are our standings, though, at the finish. Søren Odom is the current leader for Denmark. 1 hour 53. It's 99 minutes winning time. That's the planned winning time. For the women's, we did actually get underneath the winning time with Tove Alexandersson, 77 minutes. So we will see what happens for the men. And those men have a longer winning time than the women currently on the world stage. But the men, this one, is quite a long planned winning time to be 99 minutes. But we've seen Daniel Hubman there at the start, and he could well bring it together today to have a great performance. He's been 10th in the relay, 8th in the middle distance. Sorry, 10th in the sprint, 8th in the middle distance. Hasn't run any of the relays. He is the defending long bronze medalist from 2 years ago in Norway.
So let's take a look at this second leg here and the different route choices. We see Timo Silt going to the south. And you have Gaute Hallandstaver, Gaute Staver going up there. And it's kind of the same situation as in the women's race. I think it's a good option to go to the north there all the way around. And maybe even a bit better here in this men's race.
Yeah, and there was the different route choices as well into Control 5 that we'll have to really keep our eyes out for. Wojciech Kral, though, he was 11th in the sprint and 5th in the 2 relays. He's maybe more of a sprinter. He's really, really great at the knockout sprint. Best long coming, though, 7th place from the World Champs in 2019. And yeah, we can have a look back then at those routes to number 5. And Timo Sill taking a really extreme one out towards the west, but actually not too bad.
No, but if we compare it, of course, to Florian Hovald, now let's see, it was not the leg sync, so it's a replay, I think, of the whole course. It's hard to say which one was the fastest, but interesting to see here. Florian Hovald seems to have had a good start here into this race. He's in the lead at control number 9, 45 seconds ahead of Milos Nikodem.
And here is Kasper Fosser heading out. He is defending the silver medal here today, which he won still as a junior 2 years ago on home soil. He's multi-junior world champion and has really successfully transitioned well to the senior team with really great results. I think his, we talk about Simona Abersold, her worst result at World Championships was 4th. Kasper Fosser's worst result at a World Championships being 5th. So pretty good record as well, to be honest, and that 5th place was in the middle distance. Otherwise, he's got 3 silver medals to his name so far. But Florian Hovald, we were seeing him on the splits. He is in his way towards split number 1, control number 11. Milos Nikodem, the current leader at that point, but it looks like from the GPS he was going to go quicker. Looking good through the terrain.
The gap between the two was 45 seconds at control 9.
Yep, and into a new leading time then. We've got to TV split 1 and there's been 50 minutes of running, so you can really tell how what a long epic this one's going to be. Over 1,000 meters of climb as well.
It kind of feels wrong to say it was a good start after 47 minutes of running.
Yeah, that's hardly the start, is it? So anyway, Gustav Bergman into the forest now. He took a second individual silver medal in the middle distance on Tuesday. He's been part of the winning team on both the relays this week, but is missing an individual win on the world stage at the moment. Will this be his day to do it? Maybe his best chance on a long distance with the kind of the injury problems we know we've seen from Olaf Lundenes, who was actually the one to start after Gustav Bergman. Elias Kuka here in the forest, also on his way to split number 1, and already 4 minutes down. So confirmation of those standings at split 1, control number 11. Florian Hovald still our leader at that point. But, he's number 253. We've still got about 15 runners coming after him. So we'd expect, I think, that to come down a little bit. But good start at the moment. Alvin Rudefeld and Emil Svensk, two names you mentioned, Jonas into 6th and 7th. But about 3 minutes off the pace there. And here is Olaf Lundenes, then our 4-time defending champion in this long distance. And it's going to be a test for him today. We don't really know the nature of his injury and whether it's going to affect him. He pulled out of the middle distance. He was also due to run the relay. He decided not to run the relay in the end. So yeah, looking back at the results in this week, it's just one DNF at the moment, did not finish. So huge question marks about Olaf Lundenez. He's probably going to struggle to retain his title. We will see, though. We don't quite know. Maybe he was saving all of his energy for this long distance race and going all out for this title.
I think he had some question marks himself as well. That's why he, when he didn't feel too good in middle distance, retired there. And I think for him, for sure, this race here, that's the big goal, and not the middle distance. He wants to win the title in the long distance again, and all the focus is in this race. So I think otherwise, if his focus would have been on the middle distance, he would have kept on going there. But I think he didn't want to risk anything regarding this race here.
Yeah, I think that's about right. I think the long distance still has such a standing in terms of how people see the importance of the races, and the long distance is the ultimate test. Kind of the classic distance. It's the one that everybody wants to win, and it shows you are really the toughest out in the forest, the home of orienteering. Before all the sprints came along and everything, it's still the one that probably holds the most prestige.
I mean, it's called the classic distance, so it's kind of the classic race. But I think during the last year, also the middle distance got much more prestigious because there are so many athletes with a chance to win it. So I think that shifted a little bit, but then it's also an individual choice. What race do you like best, and what race is most important for you? And here we have the comparison between Martin Hupman, Milos Nykadum, and Emil Svensk. You actually ran out of the map there. Towards control 5.
And this is a leg replay, so they all started at number 4 at the same time. It was
actually quite an okay
it's pretty much
choice
neck
there.
and neck. Whoa. It's pretty much the same there. Even with Emil Svensk going off the map. Martin Hubman then looking for quick time.
The gap at control 9 was 24 seconds. We know that Hovald lost a little bit of time compared to Milos Nykadum between control 9 and 11.
Yep, so just 12 seconds back. Martin Hubman's best long distance comes from 2 years ago in Norway, 11th place for him. And of course he was part of the 2 bronze medal winning relay teams this week.
Kaute Staver.
Yep, to split number 2, this is control 16. Emil Svensk currently leading at this point, and Staver is behind.
Staver is punching there, 127 behind Svensk. That control 14, we actually had him in front of Emil Svensk, so this was due to the route choice, I guess, by Emil Svensk. The picture here towards control 18. There's Pavla going around there to 19. Not all the way down to the path though. That would also be an option. Emil Svensk then rounding the valley towards control 21 as well. And let's take a look again at the second control, the long leg. With those different route choice options. We've seen many of the runners going on the orange route all the way around, with some variation there in the very end where you could cut the corner a little bit. So the blue one is quite a good option. It's shorter, but there's more climbing on it. And of course it's much more track running if you go on the orange option there. So now we're with Hector Haynes towards split number 3. He lost quite a bit of time in the beginning of the race. Punching there, 5 minutes 21 behind. Now we are waiting for Timo Sild. Quite an okay start there. 4th position so far at the first split time at control 9. Punching here into 3rd position, 1:45. Behind the leader. And now we have a new leader here at control 16, Milos Nykodum, 51 seconds faster than Emil Svensk. Here, small mistake there by Emil Svensk, going down a bit early. Good route there to control 12 by Milos Nykodum. Very good race so far for Milos Nykodum. Here we have it again. Emil Svensk going to the south all the way around. I think this is a good option. Here we get the chance again to look at another route choice problem. Four different options here. Shortest one, the orange route, but of course then you have to go a lot of up and down there. compared, for example, to the green option, which is quite smooth all the way around, but of course it's longer.
And there's so many variations you can do of those routes that we see there, that we've seen everybody make as well. They're just a few examples of what you can do, and we've seen a lot of people taking quite extreme ones out there as well.
Interesting here, Nicodem going all the way around, saving some climbing there. There would have been the option to use this path to get up on the right height. I think it was a good option by Martin Hopman there. Going a bit more straight.
Oh, and a
Sven's
mistake.
doing a mistake. That's really an unnecessary mistake. He's running on the path. I guess he was running, or his focus was already on a coming leg, and he kind of missed the moment to leave the path there.
Yeah, you can see him reach that green bit on the vegetation boundary and stop and turn back. So yeah, that's pretty tough.
Here, interesting route choice. Now he didn't see it to control 12.
Robert Merle then, part of the 9th placed team from Austria yesterday. His best long distance was 18th place last time, a couple of years ago in Norway. But here at the 11th control, he is about 3 minutes behind at the moment. And then we're kind of starting to get into the top 10 ranked runners from Robert Merle. We get to Mika Kirmala, 4th the relay yesterday, 7th in the middle distance, so already got a top 10. Emil Svensk then, coming back towards the arena now. This is now 23 and 24. Oh, and look at that. Good lead there from Emil Svensk. Oh, no, that would be, or it would be if he could find this control. He's just got to go a little bit further. He's going to stop too soon and almost collided with a running cam who's not going to help. I think he's just got to go a little bit further along. I think he's stopped a bit too short. He stopped at a boulder just a bit too short. I wonder if he'll come all the way around it and keep going. Yeah, he will. So, Emil Svensk going backwards, and maybe he's figured out that he was just a little bit too short there. But with a healthy 6-minute lead over Bartosz Pawlak. Still Søren Trane Odom at the leader at the finish. The time 113 minutes and 11 seconds. We're expecting it to get down closer to 99. But here's Daniel Hubman. Seen Martin Hubman already through. And he's on his way towards the 11th control. And it's looking pretty good. His gap over Florin Hovald at number 9 was 35 seconds. So maybe not, has lost a few seconds then between controls 9 and 12. But yeah, goes 19 seconds ahead. So Daniel Hubman with a new leading time. And is that Mika Kirmala who he's caught? The fin, I think, there in the shorts? Yep, looks like that. I think this is Albin Riederfelt. Running over to split number 2, control number 16. It is indeed back in 6th position and slower than Bartosz Pawlak, who we saw kind of in second spots then at the later TV control where we saw Emil Svensk. ground control 24.
Let's see here. Different route choices. Frédéric Tranchant going to the south.
Oh, mistake.
Not a good option there, of course. So we have to take away, let's say, 20 seconds there. I think this option would have been really good, but
Didn't get the execution.
no.
You
Then
can
a
see that
different-
he was kind of one path ahead going up
Mm.
the re-entry beforehand, and that's really proved it.
Then the
But
really
that
good
seems
route
good.
here.
Yeah. Tranchant has done a lot of sky running. He should be good with the climb.
I actually wonder, I mean, we have seen Emil Svensk running out of the map there. For sure, you can prepare this, and I don't really know how the path is going more to the south there. And actually, I'm not sure about the rules. Are you allowed to go out of the map for a route choice? I don't know, honestly. But I mean, if it could be the case that they just took away this part of the map to not show this possible route, and then of course it's good for him to pick that one if it's allowed.
Yeah, I think I don't know the rule book well enough to know whether it's allowed or not, but it was a smart move anyway. It seems like. Elias Kuka then through split. That's control for I think 15.
And Florian Hovald coming into the picture as well.
So Florian Hovald has caught Elias Kuka. And Daniel Hubman has caught Mika Kirmala as well. So a bit of a theme.
So I just got confirmed that it's okay to run around there, as Emil Svensk was doing on the route choice, so no problem. But of course, it was very smart to do it.
And here is Bartosz Pawlak into the finish. Looking pretty quick. Is he going to set the new leading time to go faster than Sir Antoine Odom? It looks like he will. The pole has had a good run and it's matching up at the moment. Only Emil Svensk has gone quicker at our third TV control. So Bartosz Pawlak takes the new leading time. Great result. He was 37th in the middle distance. His best long KMs from back in 2012, which is actually his first ever World Championships, 26th. So we'll see if he can improve on that here today. And here's this comparison between the two leaders at the finish.
No problems with the control picking. Control 23 and 24. Quite similar routes here, maybe a small direction mistake there. Doom up to 27, but it looked very good for both of them.
And so we see Tranchant here, the Frenchman, into the control number 11, and he is now losing some time.
It looks as if it gets a bit darker and starts blowing a bit. Let's see if if the weather will change again tonight. I think the weather forecast isn't too good for around 8 o'clock. If we get the same situation as yesterday, then it can get really dark for the last starters again.
Yeah, I saw a lot of comments about, night orienteering finally coming to the World Championships and with the use of the head torches. They actually did move all the starts 15 minutes earlier than they had planned, which I'm not really sure how much of an impact that's going to have a whole 15 minutes earlier. But there we go.
Very
But
similar in the route there, but still advantage for Hoopman.
and Troshon just goes via 8 to get to 6. It feels like he's just...
Yeah,
That's
especially
very
it looked
strange.
very distinct going to 8, not
Yeah.
only passing it. He might have read towards the wrong control.
That's my gut feeling, is that he did just that. But certainly Daniel Hubman's route, I think, heading down and onto the track to the north of the controls is a good decision there.
This is Sebastian Inderst, I guess, running for Italy. Yes, indeed.
Yep. He narrowly missed out on qualification for the middle final. I think making a mistake, dropping from like 13th to 18th. And it's searching up here for this control number 24. And now back towards the arena. Here's Martin Hubman though. Martin Hubman still third fastest to the first TV split at control number 11. Now on his way to this 16th control. Yeah, he'll take some...
Control 14, he was 47 seconds behind Milos Nikodem. Now he's in the lead here.
It looks to me like he's exchanged his map as well. Got a fresh one.
Fresh one before the weather change.
Yeah. Well, if you think the weather's going to change, you can see it just getting a bit windier. Then you just want to start off with the best chance. And this route round the bottom, then, which we think we saw was pretty good and pretty decisive on the women's leg. Yeah, really good there.
I also guess that this might be the reason why he's in front of Milos Nikodem now again. Good route choice there.
Here we have Ralph Streets, also on his way to the 16th control. He, I think, has been caught up and overtaken by Martin Hubman and will be there in 8th spot. His best long distance result is 18th at the World Champs in 2017, taking on a lot of liquids.
Do you think he will shave his head after his World Championships?
I mean, that's going to grow out really badly, isn't it?
I really hope it will
I think you
grow
have
out
to.
quickly.
Yeah. But it looks like a reasonably solid start then from Ralph. He lives in Oslo, was due to be attending the European Champs, but then had to self-isolate, didn't manage to make it on the plane. Here's Gautas Deva to just approaching, this control, it's at the top here. Number
this will be
23.
Yeah.
Don't want to have a little collision.
Cannot sehen for Austria.
And so that early time of Svensk still looking very good. Svensk had over 20 runners starting after him, but Steva is just coming up here. Imsen goes second, will be soon knocked down into third as Steva's caught up the Austrian. And here's Emil Svensk actually in the finish, and it's going to be another new leading time here by 8 minutes. So he's actually caught up. I think it was he was 6 minutes ahead of Bartosz Pawlak earlier on, and now he is all the way 8 minutes quicker as well. So Emil Svensk, and when you're starting that early, you've got to really try and do a lot of work by yourself, really push it here. Let's have a little look at the last loop for Svensk. He was able to catch up a couple of minutes on the pole to be rewarded with a new leading time. Looks very smooth around here. There we go, and strong work for Emil Svensk to be rewarded with a new leading time. Alexander Kratov then. Ninth place in the middle distance for him, but he's not quite had the best. And this is actually where we saw Emil Svensk make a mistake. Just he actually circled this boulder, also having trouble and this control is, there's two controls very, very close together. You would, if you just looked at it on the map, you'd bet that that's a TV control as well. And yeah, a few having small problems, but yeah, not Kratov's day today. The whole Team Ukraine had a great relay team yesterday. 6th place for them. With Kratov, I think he was on the second leg.
Yep, he was. Ruslan Glibov running the first leg for the team.
But he has been overtaken now by Gernot Imsen and Gauta Steva as well, so that's why he is quite a long way behind now. Olli Oyanaho here then, split number 2, control number 16. And this looks like Kasper Fosse.
Look at this, he caught Matthias Kiburtz already.
Yeah, he's caught Matthias Kiburtz.
And we also know that it's not that Kiburtz had a really bad race. He's actually at position number 2 at control 9. It's just that Kasper Fosse is 3 minutes faster.
Yes, wow, Kasper Fosse 3 minutes quicker. We're going to see Matthias Kiburtz, I think, punch there into second place. See if that updates. There we go.
I really hope we will see some GPS now of his start here. This is just amazing. I mean, he's 3 minutes faster than everyone else at already at control 9.
Yeah, so you can see he already had a big lead out of 4, and then just
good route
drops
here.
Down straight away out of 4. And look at that. Oh.
Look at that speed. Just amazing.
It's incredible. A good route, takes a good route down to control 6 as well. Picks his way through the rocks to 8.
So the big question will be, I mean, we have seen the same 2 years ago. And the big question will be, will the engine work until the end?
Yes. Well, he's 2 years older now. He wasn't focusing on a junior world champs then, and I think it will. I think it will stay, or he'll have enough in the bag by the time he gets to the finish that even if your engine dies a little bit, then it's going to be fine. To be honest, because
he has already
really strong start.
Filled his bag pretty well with 3 minutes and 3 seconds.
and that's actually more than the gap that Alexanderson had over the rest of ahead of Gempler at the end. So you can see just how well he started this course to have that gap on the rest of the field so far. Of course, he is not the last starter, though. We've still got 3 to come after him: Gustav Bergman, Olaf Lindenez, and Luca Basset. So we will see those 3, I'm sure, through our first checkpoint very, very soon, and get that comparison. And also, I'll try and find out some questions about Olaf Lindenez. Right, Magna Daily highlighted here. There must be a reason.
Yeah. Usually it's not a good sign if you're
No.
zoomed in at and highlighted.
Ooh.
It's too low there. Has to go up further. Now he got the control. He was not really climbing enough there.
And hadn't really got into the steeper part of the slope
see
either. That's
there.
a surprise.
Another mistake at control 4. Choosing the wrong kind of passage there between the rocks and between the cliffs.
Yeah, that's tough. We haven't seen many mistakes, but when we do, they look like that. So Serebrenitsky goes into 3rd place, 9 minutes down. Yeah, and I think we're going to remind they're on a 1 to 15,000 map. There are a lot of them. You've got to really be close and read the detail and get exactly the control spot on, but just too low in that in the slope there. And maybe we'll see some more people fall into the Swiss trap over at control 23.
And now we are between control 5 and 6, and
I think we've seen a lot of people head down the slope.
Yeah.
That's kind of orange
and
green route, and then actually keep going on the orange route.
Exactly, we've seen Kasper Fosser going on the orange route. We had seen Tranchon on a quite special route, passing control 8 there. This
looks like Miloš Nikodem, just I think eating something, just cooling himself down as he goes through the arena passage here. And Miloš Nikodem, looks like I've been having a pretty good run out there. He moved back to the Czech Republic into this area in order to train. He was part of the Czech team that actually went out to Kenya in the spring to do some training there, and is very confident that he knows how to orienteer well in this type of terrain. So we'll see how he manages to do on the last little loop.
This is Robert Merl. And then, exactly, I thought that I've seen Daniel Hopman in the picture before, on his way to the 2nd TV split, control 16.
Yeah, so he's caught Robert Merl nearly, and caught Mika Kumalo as well. So we'll see if he can go quicker than his brother at this split. And Daniel Hubman into the 16th control, no bother. Yes, goes just quicker. So Hubman 1 and 2 at the moment, Switzerland 1 and 2 at that particular point. Reminder that we've got Emil Svensk leading at the finish, and Albin Riedefeld in at control number 23. We've seen Nikodem run through the arena passage. It looked like he was probably just a few seconds off the pace of Emil Svensk, the current leader at that point. So getting a lot of encouragement and get feedback to really kind of attack it hard, try and attack it hard on that last loop. But Riedefeld going through this green section, not making the hesitations we've seen around, that we've seen a few people make around this control. Pretty good up through there. And Riedefeld will try and back up great performances. 12th place in the middle distance, part of that winning relay team, of course. Let's have a comparison.
And take a look at control 25 now. I think that he could have lost quite a lot of time there compared to him, Svensk, just by running a bit higher up in the slope. He passed the control there, maybe. Did a small mistake even at the arena passage, because if you look at the splits, see that he was 24 seconds behind at control 24 and 54 seconds behind at the arena passage. So he lost around half a minute there.
Yeah, and he was actually ahead of Emil Svensk at split 2 of 16. So, yeah, dropping back a little bit towards the end of the course. But those are the standings at control number 16. So replay there, and that's as if they were starting together. So it looks like we've soon got Gautasteva into the finish very, very shortly, but you can already see how far behind Emil Svensk he is. That isn't Milos Nikitin.
No,
This looks like Kratov.
Yes, indeed. This
Milos
looks
Nikitin
more
is
like
ahead.
Nikitin.
Yep. Gunnar Umsen and Sebastian Indes both running into the finish. This is Gustav Bergman to split 1, and he is way behind. Goodness me, what's happened then to Gustav Bergman? Oh, I hope we get to see on the GPS tracking what has happened, because that is a long way back, and Gautasteva into current second place there.
Yeah, it's hard to explain those 6 minutes on just a route choice. I guess he must have missed something as well, one of the controls.
Yeah. Well, he's doesn't seem to be moving that well through the terrain. It's hard to tell.
Really hard to tell. I mean, it looks quite okay here.
Yeah. Okay, let's have a look.
We know that Kasper Fosser and Matthias Kiburts, they are together. See that Lunden is a bit behind Kiburts and Fosser at that point, choosing a different route to control 8. You see that the tail of Fosser is 3 minutes, so as long as Kiburts is at the tail there, they're still together. And here we have Olav Lundanes.
Yes, and Lundanes also into that 7th position at control number 11. And I think there must be more mistakes, kind of, because they were already quite far behind by the time we saw them at control number 5, and that little GPS replay as well. Gustav Bergman not choosing a great route to 6.
Yeah, I mean,
But
at the same time, we have one runner who is 3 minutes faster than everyone else, and if you take Gustav Bergman lost 3 minutes compared to Kiburtz. Well, yeah, it's not a good start, but I mean 6 minutes compared to Kasper Fosse, that's a lot. And here a mistake by
A mistake from
Luca
Luca
Bassi.
Bassi. Just kind of
Really
kept running down the slope, and
I was tempted to say that maybe he's tired, but this is at control 3, so it's very early in the competition.
Or maybe you were
so
reading
hard
to 4. It's hard to tell though.
Yeah, it's so hard to relocate in the slope, but I guess he got the control there. Yeah, I mean, it's crucially when he goes down on this path, he really has to know when to leave it. And he stayed on it too long and then just ran into the slope. And once you're up there in the slope, I mean, it's really hard to do the navigation if you're not at the place where you think you are. And then once you start to look for the features, it's just impossible. So he would have needed to go down or at least look down again.
So this is the chase. Milos Nikodym trying to chase Emil Svensk, and he's not going to have done it. Milos Nikodym is actually, I think, maybe lost some time there on that last leap. He's going to be about 2 minutes down, but he does go into second place here. Milos Nikodym goes second, yeah, exactly 2 minutes lower, and he's pretty happy with that, to be honest. Kind of punches the air a little bit, and he's got a big smile on his face. I think he enjoyed that afternoon's orienteering.
At the same time, we also saw Florian Hovald at the arena passage, 54 seconds behind in position 2. This is Martin Hupman.
And it is called the Swiss trap.
Yeah, it really is. Both Elena Roos and Simona Abersold had problems there. Now also Martin Hupman. Guess he lost the lead there. Was 41 seconds ahead at control 22.
And was in fact over a minute and a half, at 1 minute 41 ahead of Svensk at control 16. So losing a little bit towards the end, actually in second place now. But you see there, Milos Nikodym was only 24 seconds back, dropped down to be now 2 minutes behind Emil Svensk, who's still leading. And those are the standings then at split number 3, control number 24. Emil Svensk still the leader then. Can Martin Hubman put on a fast finish to be able to overtake towards the end? Florian Hovald we've seen through the arena passage. So he's just got a few more controls to go before the end as well. Will he be able to get closer to Emil Svensk? It looks like Svensk had a really strong last section of the race as well.
Doesn't look exactly as satisfied anymore as he looked 2 minutes ago.
Yes, I was about to say pretty much the same then. So now we've got these route choices, 14 to 15.
Look at the speed of Emil Svensk there. The tail is 3 minutes. He was quite much faster compared to Wojtek Kral. And that's more than a minute.
And I think that is maybe again a very decisive leg. similarly to the women's course as well.
Indeed. It was kind of the turning point for Emil Svensk, already the one when he ran out of the map. Had a few problems in the beginning, or maybe not the best route choices, but from, say, after this first part, he really got into the competition, and he was running really good here in the end, and also, in the second part in the end. Here, they're still together, Kasper Fosser and Matthias Kiburz.
So, Kasper Fosser, his lead was 3 minutes. Looks like it's grown even more.
I think that Magne Deli is also in the group there. Starting 6 minutes ahead of Kasper Fosser. Let's see here, if we see him. It's Fosser, Kiburz. And I think I've spotted Deli there behind as well. Yes, indeed.
Yeah, so the three of them very close, and Kiburz going second quickest there, by virtue of being 3 minutes behind, and Wojtek Kral is here as well. But he actually started, of those 4 men who've just seen through, Wojtek Kral started first, so he has actually been caught by Kasper Fosser. This is how it's panned out. This is as if they started together.
Hoopman choosing to go around there. This is quite a bit of time there. Let's say 15 seconds. Quite good. Into control 9 though. Then going straight to 10. Would have been an option to go around there as well. I think it would have been a good option. Quite okay race here by Daniel Hoopman.
Maybe doesn't quite get the route down into 14 quite as
but
good,
here
and now
he will
goes
lose
the slower way.
time.
Yeah, because they didn't look too far apart, but actually there is like nearly 3 minutes between Matthias Kiburz and Daniel Huben by the time they get to control number 15. Sorry, 16.
I think
yeah.
it's around 1.5 minutes he loses on this route choice there. This looks like Florian Hovald at the second last control.
Yep, it is indeed, and we know let's have a little look at the split times then to see where he was compared to Emil Svensk. He was only 18 seconds slower than Emil Svensk. Oh no, hang on a bit more. 54 seconds, sorry, slower than Emil Svensk at the arena passage. Here's Albin Riederfeld. And looks like new 5th fastest time for Albin Riederfeld. So 6 minutes slower at the moment. But we've got Martin Huben, Florian Hovald coming through very, very shortly on their kind of on this arena passage. Then of course we've got a lot more to chase who have just kind of reached TV split number 2. Olli Ojanaho here to the 24th patrol. Very smooth into this one, no problems at all.
Looks like.
And I wonder, this is Gerardo Garcia.
Yeah.
Of Argentina. Yes.
Good job
And
to go all the way to control 24.
yeah,
I
maybe
mean-
an hour and a half slower than the leading time there, but perseverance. Florian Hovald then through to the finish, and he's not been as quick as Emil Svensk, who's dropped a bit of time, but still going to go into second fastest time here, ahead of Milos Nikodem. Florian Hovald then. I think Emil Svensk really had a strong last loop. I think we can really say that as we get that comparison between some of the other runners as well. Elias Kuka also in there, goes 5th fastest.
Florian Hovald had quite a good start into this race, and then I think he lost time on this route choice. Is it to control 15? You can lose a lot of time there if you go to the north instead of to the south. Here we have the three of them, Emil Svensk, Milos Nikodem and Florian Hovald. At this point it's very tight between Nikodem and Hovald. Then Nikodem, small hesitation there at 27. Taking another route to the last control, and this was actually really good by Florian Hovald. Martin Hoopman to the finish. He was 18 seconds behind at control 25.
Sitting in the leading chair. And maybe a medal today for Emil Svensk. That's not impossible. That's not impossible. But we have to wait for Daniel Hoopman very soon also to the 24th control. 89 minutes running very soon.
So Emil Svensk, nervous wait. He's been sitting there for a while. See, he's got that 1 minute 46 lead. Martin Hubman, you just said there, Jonas, 18 seconds slower than Emil Svensk at the arena passage. But it looks like Emil Svensk has had a really, really good last loop around here. Really, kept up the speed, paced it really, really well. So
Yeah,
we will wait and see.
Not only the last loop, it was the whole second half of the race.
Yeah.
When he picked wisely at the route choices, kind of could win back time he lost in the beginning of the race. Here we have Hoopman, Daniel Hoopman.
Yeah, this is 23rd control. So we know Martin Hubman lost time there because he was leading ahead of Svensk, and the two Hubman brothers were very close together at the split that we saw previously, but Daniel Hubman's managed to maintain a good second half of the race, it looks like, and he will be rewarded with a new leading time here.
And he has a good speed here. I've seen that when we were looking at the GPS. Unfortunately for him, he picked the wrong route on the long leg to control 15.
So minute 45 ahead, and we look back to the splits. He's still in third place at control number 16. We've had Kasper Fosse through there as well. We've not had Olaf Lindenez or Gustav Bergman through that point yet, but it's looking really good for both of them actually. We've had them through control 14.
We could have the situation again. We had that a few years ago when we had a big group of runners taking the gold, silver and bronze medal in the end. Magne Daly is 6 minutes behind at control 16, position 5 there at this point of the race, but Martin Hoopman lost time in the end, so he's virtually in position 4, only around 20 seconds behind Daniel Hoopman. So this will be exciting. It will be important for Magne Daly to stay together with the other two.
Yeah, because there's that group, as we saw, Kasper Fosse, Matthias Kuberts, Magne Daly, and yeah, that could end up being the top 3. We will wait and see. So that is the gap that Daniel Heřmánky has ahead of Emil Svensk, who's still sitting in the leader's chair. Here's Gustav Bergman. Ooh, he's just kind of touching his back a little bit, rolling his neck out. He's had a few back injury issues, so maybe that's part of it, but he did, lose a whole, I think, minute to control number 6. Martin Heřmánky is going to be slower than Svensk. Still testament to Svensk's fast finish on the latter half of the course, and just that last leap as well. So Martin Heřmánky goes second, and it's looking better and better for Emil Svensk. But there are still some really quick runners to come. We've talked about them a lot. Kasper Fosse, Matthias Giberts, maybe they're in that group. Olaf Lindenez in there. Gustav Bergman looks to be really struggling, I think. There, here he is. Let's have a look at a replay.
Staying up there for...
Is this a retirement? Or is this a mistake?
I don't know, is it... Which I think
he's going to...
retires.
Or maybe this is... No, we're not seeing that. This is not his route to 5, is it? Oh no, this is live. So
yeah,
for me that's he's retiring.
Yeah, he's running at 7 k's per hour.
Yeah, for me that's him just jogging back. So that's a shame. I wonder if he was feeling all the races, and that we know in the past he's had back injuries, and both these two taking on some liquids. Daniel Heřmánky and Mika Kimmel, those two still together. A lot of groups, small groups having formed, and they will just go around here. And we know Daniel Heřmánky was having a leading time. He has also set new leading time through the control. We just saw them punch there at the beginning of the arena passage. 1 minute 29 faster than Emil Svensk, Daniel Heřmánky at the moment.
No problems to 21, 22. Going to the south to 23. Swiss trap there. Didn't go into it. Yeah, it's a good race by Daniel Heřmánky today. Really strong, can be a medal race, but it will be tight between him and maybe Magne Daly.
Here's Ralph Street into the finish. He's gonna be looking for a top 10 at the moment. So 7 minutes behind Emil Svensk currently for Ralph Street.
Behind the current leader, Emil Svensk, Sweden. Ralph Street, Great Britain.
Yeah,
it looks like he's kind of limping a bit. That does hurt. It's hard to know whether he's satisfied by his performance, but ouch.
Kind of cramps.
Yeah.
Look, yeah, he said it.
Yeah, that's what he said, cramp, yeah.
It looked okay when he was running.
I guess sometimes when you stop, then it just all, it all just kind of can cramp up, I guess.
Or you're just fighting through it in the last meters.
That's true. But Ralph Street in the top 10 at the moment. His best long 18th, see if he can match that. There's quite a few runners, of course, still to finish though. One we can follow to the finish. Olli Ojanho here, the Finn. One of those with a whole horde of Junior World Champs gold medals. But maybe showing it's not quite as easy as Simona Abersold and Casper Foss make it out to make that transition from a junior to a senior. See him drop down there. Here's Fred de Tranchant. Rapidly cutting down on the descent, looking very good, nearly falling over. At least it's nice and soft underfoot. And he's on his way to the 24th control. His best long distance result comes from 4th place in 2015 in Scotland. Was 10th last time, a couple of years ago in Norway. And climbing hard here. Competes a lot in sky running. And here is Lundenez. Olaf Lundenez to split 2, control number 16. And we'll see where he can figure. Got Casper Fosser currently with that big lead, 3 minutes, where he's back down and not his day today.
See Olaf Lundenez here, but this also means that we soon will have Casper Fosser to this control as well, I guess. And then it will be really interesting to see, especially if Magne Daly is still there, and how the gap between him and Daniel Hopman is looking like, if it's getting bigger.
So Lundenez through here. We've already seen that group through at this point. Is he going to change his map? Not sure. Olli Ianaho through then to the finish. Looks like he's going to be 6th place there. Top 6 currently for Finn. Yeah, we're really shortly going to be looking to see to our 3rd TV split. We're going to look for that group, Casper Fosser, Matthias Giberts, Magne Daly. What can they do?
Tricky to see which way around. You have the mask on.
It's one last problem you've got to solve before you
one last route choice problem.
Yep.
It's hard to drink with it though. So let's see here. Hopman, Fosser.
Fosser choosing the
that's
good
what
route
we
there.
knew
That's
before.
really decisive. Yep.
Hopman lost time, and Svensk and Fosser had a good route. Let's see, Fosser going all the way down there to the path.
And then we're live with Lundenez there.
And here is Daniel Hopman. Now it's really, he has to push hard now. He's fighting for the medals today.
Yeah, he really has to work quickly and see what he can do. There he is that's the last control in the forest. And now he's got to fight hard. So he was 1 minute 29 seconds faster than Emil Svensk, who's still leading. That was at the arena passage. And we'll see if we follow him down here, down into the big valley. Maybe not. Maybe he'll stay above. This is the comparison then between Daniel Hubman and Emil Svensk. Emil Svensk with a fantastic second half of the course.
And Svensk, my feeling is that he is coming closer here.
Yeah, it's very quick on that
Good
point.
speed up there, but still the gap is quite big. Oh, not the best direction. Here we have Foster and Keyboards in the picture.
Yeah, really, really quick through that
There
control. Fantastic speed. And have they dropped
Magnadali.
Magnadali? Oh,
There
yeah,
is,
they're just at
still
the
there.
top. And this group really is moving. You can see them.
And for Daly, it's very important to get in contact again here. It's dropping off a little bit. For sure he doesn't know about the situation, but for him it's important to stay together with them.
Yeah, really important. Foster will go quickest. Matthias Geberts will go second. And let's have a look here. Daniel Hubman into the finish. He's going to go faster than Emil Svens. So new leading time here for Daniel Hubman. But will it be a medal run for him? He's going to have a nervous wait. We've got that group. Kasper Foster, Matthias Geberts, Magna Daly. All of them very close together. We'll see what happens. But going through control 24, Magna Daly was 8 seconds slower than Daniel Hubman. So that is going to be, I think, a bit of a nervous wait.
But Hubman lost a bit of time in the end compared to Emil Svensk. So there definitely is a chance for Magna Daly still.
I think it's a chance of, does Magna Daly manage to kind of catch on the end of those group. Kasper Foster and Matthias Geberts look both to be very, very strong through there. Magna Daly just dropping off, languishing behind a little bit on that group of 3. And those are the standings then at split number 3 at control 24. We do have Gustav Bowman, Olaf Lundenez, Luca Basse started after Kasper Foster. Gustav Bowman, we think, is retired. Olaf Lundenez looking, and Luca Basse both kind of looking a bit on the slow side. So a little bit of a wait for Daniel Hubman to see whether he's going to get a medal today. Here's some comparisons then.
Small mistake there, control 22. But only a few seconds, of course.
There's Wojciech Kral. Yeah, but look, a long way down at this point. We can see that from the GPS tracking. So Wojciech Kral climbing up here is going to go into 16th spot. There's still that desire just to kind of touch the SI unit on the top, even though it's touch-free. I find that quite funny. Luca Baste, then he was our last starter. And is on the split then to number 16, but it's a long way back. We saw him with a big miss. Where was it? Control number 3?
Yes, it was control number 3 when he went too low in the slope, just missed the control, and I think he lost like 2 or 3 minutes there.
I wonder if maybe he was reading the route choice to control number 5, and you just take your eye off the current navigation. You have your attention in the wrong place at the wrong time, and then that's where mistakes like that happen. I wonder if he was kind of looking ahead. Those are the standings then. Split 2. Kasper Foster, Matthias Geberts. Daniel Hubman, then our leader at the finish. And it'll be the fight between him and Magna Daly for that bronze medal, I'm sure. And all three of that group have just gone through the arena passage and they're still together. This looks like Lenin Novikov.
And it means that Magna Daly just passed Daniel Hubman with 1 second. The arena passage.
Novikov has had a tricky day in the forest. Going to be out of the top 20. And I can see Gustav Bergman is still making his way slowly back towards the finish. Having looks like he's retired around, where was it, around control, kind of on the way to 13 to 14.
So let's see here.
Yeah, this is as if they all started at the same time.
Yeah, so
we've not got Magna Daly though on
yeah,
here. That's the key. That's the one we want on here.
I mean,
we're looking at that fight between Daniel Hubman and Magna Daly.
We could only have 1 dot for Foster and Kiburts. They are running together. We know that Daniel Hubman is faster than Martin Hubman, so really what's interesting here is the fight between Daniel Hubman and Magna Daly.
Yeah, which you think is neck and neck.
Yeah, but we know that Hubman lost a little bit of time on the last loop, so unless the group of 3 there with Foster, Kiburts and Daly is doing a mistake, I think it looks good for Magna Daly.
And that group is still together as well, just looking at the tracking as you see Wojciech Kral into the finish here. He is the last Czech runner to finish today. Well, not to finish, he's still got to go through the arena passage, of course, and on this last loop, but lots of home support, of course. And a nice sunny end, hopefully, to this race.
Yeah, it will be interesting.
There was a bit of a danger of some storms, but I don't really want to speak too soon, to be honest, because they may still, occur. But
interesting to see later on in the last loop. I mean, they got information now at the arena passage. Both Kasper Foster and Matthias Kiburts, they know that they have a medal. If they don't do a mistake, it's really up to Magna Daly to do something here. So I'm actually not so surprised. They are just leaning back a bit. They know that they have the medal. And now Daly has to do the job here.
Yeah.
So because they can play it safe now. They've got
3 minutes. Kasper Foster's got 6 minutes. You can hardly make that big of a mistake at that point, surely. But yeah, Magna Daly's got to push him on.
I don't know if coaches tell Kiburts to stay together with them. Don't do anything stupid. Same to Kasper Foster.
Yeah, well, there's not really anything like Matthias Kiburts can do to upgrade to a gold. There's nothing he can really do.
Exactly.
He has to make a big mistake to drop back down into 3rd place. So, yeah, you just got to kind of listen to the coaches, take on that information, do what they say, especially when you're kind of running out of energy and brain power at the end of this long distance, I think, too.
In Formula 1, the coaches would tell, or the team staff would tell the runner, Kiburts here, to slow the race down, to get Daniel Hubman the chance to win a medal here. I don't think that they have enough time to tell to give such an information to Kibbutz, and I don't think that he would care actually, because he has to focus on his own race here.
Gustav Bergman, not happy. Thumbs down from him. It looked like he was kind of clutching his, kind of touched his back in one of the shots we saw. Hard to know really. But Gustav Bergman decided to call it a day, kind of almost at the furthest away point you could on the course, and has just had a little jog back. But here we are looking now towards the finish, and it's still, Magda Daly, as you were just rightly saying, kind of trying to push it ahead. And maybe Matthias Kibbutz is having some team tactics here. He's trying to slow the race down. He's trying to conserve that bronze medal for his teammate Daniel Hubman. But anyway, it is Magda Daly, I think, having the pushing on the pace here. He is fighting for the bronze medal against Daniel Hubman.
And it still
But
looks
we are
good
looking
for
at
Daly.
two medalists, though, here as well.
I think we're looking at 3 medalists, because the gap there is 13 seconds between Hubman and Daly.
Yep, so these may be where the 3 medals go today. They're just really close to the finish now, descending here. We're going to see them very shortly into the arena. So we see them drop down. Let's have a little replay. This is as if they started at the same time. Big gap for Fosse. You see the 3-minute tail there as well. But what we're interested in is Daniel Hubman and Magda Daly through this point. Hubman currently with that lead. Oh, so close through the arena passage. Goodness me. And we're live with Casper Fosse. Then that's who the GPS tracking we're live with. And going to be really close, I think, on the bronze medal. So I think they're here in the arena. I can hear some sound. There they are. Magda Daly is going to be fighting for the medal. That's the one I'm interested in. The other two, Casper Fosse is going to take the gold. And I think, Magda Daly will just run himself into a bronze. Bronze for Magda Daly. We have a gold medal for Casper Fosse, who takes his first world title. And a silver medal then for Matthias Kibbutz to go along with his gold in the middle distance. And, well, you can kind of see the advantage of running in a group, but you had to make the catch to begin with. You had to stay working together. And the 3 of them, that whole group, rewarded with medals. But Casper Fosse, I think, what an amazing run there.
Yeah, what a race by Casper Fosse. I mean, he really shocked us when he punched the first split with a lead by 3 minutes after 43 minutes running time. And I think it would have been more in the finish if he wouldn't have caught the other runners. He was leading all the way. They were following in the group. I don't know how. Even though Matthias Kibbutz is a great runner as well and wins the silver medal, I don't think this will be the highest ranked silver medal in his collection, because the real star in this group was, of course, Casper Fosse. And it was. Let's put it that way. It was a lucky one for Magda Daly. But what to say? I feel a bit sorry for Daniel Hubman, because he did a really good race. He even was able to match the speed here from control 16 to the finish. He lost 25 seconds only. He did a great race here today. And now he misses the medal by 17 seconds.
Yeah, I guess that's, the advantage of going last. Magda Daly knew he had to push it. He knew he was close. He got the benefit of having that information. And there you can see the standings with Daniel Hubman pushed out into 4th place. Emil Svenska, a top, quite an early starter, had to do... he too had to do a lot of work by himself and ended up with that rewarded with the 5th spot there. Currently the top Czech runner Milos Nikitin in 8th place there as well. I mean, maybe Kasper Fosse, do you think he would have looked and thought tactically about trying to catch Matthias Kuberts, or he's just trying to win the medal no matter what, maybe?
I don't think that he had the goal to catch Matthias Kuberts. I think his tactics was to start as fast as he can, and it was kind of the same tactics he had 2 years ago, with the difference that he had 2 more years of training in his body, and now he ran the engine all the way around.
Yeah, it was very impressive, and without that shock result 2 years ago, we kind of knew that with more development and more focusing on, you know, the long distance, they don't run for it as far in terms of the winning times at the junior level compared to the senior level. So just being able to kind of allow for that extra winning time, that's certainly what he's able to do throughout this year, and has been, you know, got himself into good shape, maybe after little kind of injury-ish problems, and signs a map as well.
Gives away his running map.
Yeah, I wouldn't. No, that's a nice thing to do there for the helper. I'm sure he'll get another map, but yeah, have a signed world champions map. That's pretty cool. Wojtek Kral then into the finish as we tidy up some of the other finishes around here. And the home support for Wojtek Kral. He will be just nipping into 16th place, just ahead of Ralph Street there. And I guess, I mean, you mentioned back we had a previous long race. Was it in Sweden 2016 where we saw lots of groups up, and I think we even saw there was some butterfly loops in there, like really small butterfly loops, but we still saw but we saw much bigger groups forming in that, and there was a lot of questions about what the start interval should be and whether there should be butterfly loops on a long distance like this or much larger ones. Do you think people will be kind of questioning that again today?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you always have the discussions when you have a group coming into the finish together. 6 minutes, starting 6 minutes apart from each other and getting gold, silver, and bronze. Yeah, but what should you do? I mean, you could have a butterfly to try to separate them, but still, if you would then you would jump over. You would have an A and B option most probably, and then you would have Magne Deli and Kasper Fosse together anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. It's hard. It's 3 minutes starting interval. It's quite a lot actually. And yeah, but I mean, you wouldn't really expect someone to win with such a big margin, be so dominant from the very start to the finish, and then I mean it's hard to avoid if the race develops like this.
So yeah, live, we've just seen Olaf Lindenez through there, and a word for him, you know, 4 titles in a row. He's not managed to make it a 5th, you know, not sure quite what his level of fitness is, obviously not what he would have hoped for on the starting line today, and it's quite sad to see, you know, Lindenez, I guess, struggle this much, and especially after having seen him retire halfway through the middle distance race.
I mean, it's such a pit. I mean, for us, it would have been so great to see the fight between Lundenes and Kasper Fosse, because the Lundenes we know, we have seen many times the years before, without any injury problems. He can be as dominant as Fosse was today, and it would have been nice to see the king of the long distance run against the prince of the long distance here.
You said it, maybe the prince has dethroned the king today. But yeah, Matthias Gibert's there not looking kind of the happiest with his run. It's quite maybe very frustrating to see a lot of your, maybe feel like you're just seeing a lot of your opponents a long way around. Let's have a look though, and particularly look at this control 1 to 2, which we've seen less of on the men's course.
Yeah, interesting to see where Kasper Fosse got this big advantage. All of them are going to the north here. But here you see already that he is pushing really hard towards control 2. Already has quite a big gap compared to the other ones.
But he cut that corner nicely into number 2 around the western part. That was very decisive as well. And
here we have a look at the route choice here by Emil Svensk as well. Going all the way around out of the map. I got the information that they talked about this at the team leaders meeting, so everything's fine there, running out of the map. Foster now here together already with Matthias Kiburt and also with Magne Dali, it seems, because the tail there of Kiburt is exactly ending at Dali's position. You see also the gap between Hoopman and Dali at this point.
There.
Yeah, gap here between Hoopman and Dali still quite big. Maybe a bit unnecessary there to go straight. Costs a lot more energy than going around to control 10. And here control 14, 15. I think actually this is the point where Daniel Hoopman lost the medal, because look at the gap now. At this control, it's more than a minute, almost 2 minutes, I guess. And here he loses a lot of time. Actually the only one of the top group on this route choice. So now Dali is really close. Interesting here as well that the group with Fosser and Kiburtz went all the way around to 19 down to the path. Also at this point still Hoopman with an advantage. He was running really good at this small loop there. I think he loses some time between control 24 and 25, and then on the last loop seems that he struggled a bit with the speed towards the end, but I mean, we're not talking about minutes here, it's just seconds, but still. And here we know that Dali had to go up, take the lead in the group, start doing the work, but he did it well. So he took the orienteering part when he had to, and in the end he was on the lucky side today, that's for sure.
Yeah, he was on the lucky side, but still, managed to keep up with that group and have the great physicality to make it there.
Kasper, the new world champion, and also for the first time for you after 4 silvers. How does it feel?
Amazing. It's impossible to describe this feeling. It's yeah, I know it's in the finish there. I hardly ever get this emotional, but today I couldn't help but cry a little bit. So.
Yeah, you won in a great style. However, you had a really strong opening of the race. You kept up with Matthias Kiburtz already at the 4th control. Was it a plan to start strong?
No, not really. I was planning on opening in a sensible pace and trying to maybe even increase a bit during the race. But yeah, I guess when it's World Championships and you're on the start line, it's hard to not run too fast in the first uphill. So yeah, maybe I could have tried to save a little energy, but yeah, I gave it all out there, and I felt like I managed to just barely keep it together all the way.
You were in 3 people almost all the way in the race. How did you manage to focus on your own orienteering?
Well, I think it helps to have people behind me, like, and if you do some mistakes or run a bit too slow, they'll pass you. So I just use it as a motivation to really stay focused all the way. And at the last loop here, Magne ran past me and was in front almost all the way. So I got a bit of help from him to push in the end there.
And you ran 7 races in 7 days. How did you find any extra power in your legs for today's race?
Yeah, well, I felt amazing yesterday on the relay, so I knew that the legs should be good today, and they were for sure. I guess I'm well trained for this, and I have a training discipline with lots of hard sessions every week. So this is a program that if anyone could run all disciplines, it would be me. So I felt like I proved that today.
Thank you, Kasper. Congratulations. Enjoy your big day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, a new orienteering star maybe made this week. 3 silver medals, 1 5th place in the middle distance, and rounding the week off with a win in this long distance, catching up by 3 minutes. He even said his plan was to maybe go kind of try and build up the speed in the race, but with the emotion and the adrenaline that you get from standing on the start line at a World Championships, he just didn't seem like he could go slowly at the start. Maybe said he was struggling a bit at the beginning, but you know, just contrasting that emotion there that we saw from him winning his first senior world title, and Alexanderson winning all 5 today. I mean, like, what great scenes from both of them, and well-deserved victory today.
And interesting that he said when he was asked about how it is to running in a group, that he said it is a good feeling to have runners behind him, not around him. So he more or less, it seems that he was doing the work all the time, and he really has the confidence that I want to be up there, I want to be the one doing the job, I want to decide my route choices, and I don't want to let them pass me. I want to be the one in charge here.
Well, you know, from his comment there, he has confidence in his training, in the what he's been doing all year. In he says if anyone can run all the races, it's him. A lot of confidence from the young man there, and you know, we've seen him be very decisive, I think, in the 2 relay medals that we saw. The 3rd leg from him on the sprint relay was really decisive, I think, to pull Norway up into a medal position. So too with his leg. I think he also ran the middle leg on the relay itself. I think quickest by a long way on that leg as well. Also decisive. So really having maybe, you know, not quite as good a race in the middle distance, but otherwise for really top of their game races at this World Championships. And I think, you know, just Kasper Fosker can try and go to new heights from here.
I mean, there's no reason to not be confident after the week he had. Sure, he can be. He has to be confident in his training. That's. I think everyone is quite confident. If you don't have an injury before the championships, or if you have any disturbing periods just before the championships, you have to be confident in your training. But now, I mean, for him, what else should he say after winning, after having such a great week? He has to say that he has confidence in his training. And of course, I mean, he proved that, as he said, is there anyone able to run all the distances, then it's Kasper Foster.
And also his comment, he said it just barely keeping it together the whole way. And a lot of orienteers talk about kind of, you know, running on the edge and being really close, pushing it so much that you're almost close to making a mistake, but you're not quite making it. You know, you're just keeping the right side of the line the whole time to be able to push it hard enough, but not too hard that you're going to mess up. And that's kind of what he was discussing, just barely keeping it together the whole way around.
And at that
which
point,
is what you
for
need
sure.
to do to win a world title.
Yeah, of course, and in that situation, it actually is good to have runners around you, because you will notice when they're not around anymore. You notice when they choose differently, so then you have one more alarm signal there to like stop. Now I have to stop. Now, am I right here? Is everything all right with my direction? Stuff like that. So this really gives you confidence, as long as you know that the others are reading the map as well, of course.
Well, yes, exactly. But when you're with such a world-class group as that, it's not like you've caught up Gerardo Garcia from Argentina, for example. Like, you've caught up, other runners who are world-class, who have won world titles, won world medals. So, that is definitely going to give you a lot of confidence and a big safety net to just kind of keep going through there. And, it's going to take a lot of confidence as well forward into the next season, into the remaining World Cup races that we have of this year as well. And it's going to be really exciting to see a new name, still a relatively new name. It's only his second World Championships. It's his first as a senior, to see what he's also able to do right at the start of his senior career. So of course we're just looking then for Olaf Lundenes into the finish. We will follow him through some of the terrain. We'll see him into the actual all the way to the line. We saw Luca Basse through the arena passage. He was the last starter, and you can see he's probably just going to come in behind Wojtek Kral. So a lot of time losses. But here is Lundenes then. That's the last control. And we had a lot of questions about his injury beforehand. We were trying to figure out, how bad it was with him having lost the middle. And we're used to seeing him. He is the king of the long distance. But today, to be 13 minutes behind is tough to see the champion be such a long way down in terms of time after that. But he's pushed it all the way around. He retired from the middle. He didn't run the relay. This was the race, and I think some disappointment today. The fact that his body probably hasn't held up to the kind of the level that he would want it to perform, at on the world stage.
And I mean, he's still the king of the long distance. He won it 4 times in a row. He won it, I think, 6 times overall.
Yeah.
He had problems. Everyone knows that he had problems with injuries before. He's not on top of his game here, and I'm looking forward to see him again when he is in real good shape.
So we will now have a flower ceremony for the women's race, and third place then today for Simona Abersold. She was vying with Gempler for silver and for bronze, but she was awarded with another medal in her growing collection. And the silver today, the neutral athlete, is Natalia Gempler. A second medal from these champs, a second silver actually, and a really tough fought race. We almost thought she'd thrown it away with a very interesting route choice to the arena passage, but no, she managed to hang on all the way at the end. Great result to her. But I mean, what more can we say about Tova Alexandersson from Sweden? She is once more on the top of the podium. She's been on the top of every single podium that she could be on this week. 5 gold medals for Tova Alexandersson for Sweden, and 5 in a row for the long distance. She truly is the queen of the forest, and rewarded with a first place in every single race here this week. What can anybody do to beat her? It is a mystery at the moment. They will keep trying, and Tove Alexandersson will keep, I'm sure, winning a lot more medals as well. But great to see her take 5 in this week. 3 fantastic athletes then on the podium, receiving all their medals and their prizes. Tove is going to have to add a couple more bags to her luggage in order to be able to get all that home. And we can congratulate the top 3 from today's long distance. And maybe as we kind of see these top 3, we'll get the top 3 in the men's race on a reflection of, Jonas, of this whole championships. And I think one defined by really, really tough races, really well-planned courses, and really special terrain as well.
I mean, not only in the forest terrain kind of was special, also in the sprint. When we look back at this individual sprint there, it was incredibly tricky, and we had a surprise there. Isaac von Krusenstjerna winning his first World Championship title. Otherwise, I would summarize it as the games of Tove Alexandersson for sure, but also Kasper Fosser really showed that he is on top of his game at the moment, and he is really strong at the moment. So I don't know, it's kind of, he didn't have the best race in the middle distance, but otherwise, I mean, every race he did was really good. Yeah, what else to say? I mean, the terrain was great. I really liked the courses. I liked the middle distance. It was different compared to the long distance because it was other technical skills that were needed there. It was more orienteering with vegetation compared to the long distance and the relay when you really had a route choice on almost every leg. So I really like this championship.
Yeah, I think particularly the course setters have done a fantastic job, from the sprints, the amazing fortress terrain, using all the artificial barriers to create some really tricky route choices, just the kind of right amount of difficulty on the relay. And yeah, again, in these very distinctive areas in the forest distances as well. But the bronze medal today goes to Magna Daly from Norway, who had a really good fight and pushed hard in the end, maybe had an advantage of going later on to be able to just edge out Daniel Hubman. But second place, second individual medal for Matthias Kibert today. Well earned silver. And these 3 athletes have seen a lot of each other today in that group around the long course.
And I think you have
the
seen...
one who was able to catch them is this man. It is Kasper Fosser, who caught the 3 minutes so early on to catch up Matthias Kibert and really be orienteering very strongly, and he has taken his first world title.
And I think we have seen happier silver and bronze medal winners in history of orienteering. The one in the middle here, Kasper Fosser, he can be really, really proud of himself. He had a great week, he had a great run today. I'm sure the race, even though if both Kibert and Daly are happy with the medal, I think they had hoped to win it in a different way. Again, I have to say it, I feel really sorry for Daniel Hubman, because his run today had deserved the medal as well.
Yeah, I've got to agree with you, but it's so much more satisfying, and it's so much kind of what people enjoy about orienteering is kind of being out in the forest by yourself and earning it as an individual. So when you're outside of a relay or a mass start or anything, it feels very strange to be kind of competing together, and it almost feels like you kind of cheated the system a little bit. I mean, they'll still be very happy and they should be very proud of their performances because they still did do a good job, but it's not quite, I guess, as satisfying as doing it kind of by yourself. I don't want to do them a disservice, though.
Yeah, don't hate the player, hate the game. I mean, it's not up to, it's not their mistake that it is the situation is as it is. They have to use this situation when it comes up and run as good as they can, get the best result they can. It's just a bit unlucky that we have a group with 2 runners caught and both of them win a medal. When we also had other athletes with almost as fast times not winning a medal today.
But that is it, though, from these world champs here in the Czech Republic, with a fantastic long distance, a brutal one to end the day. The World Cup next, we'll be going to Sweden.
Bye.